Yay.
Good evening, ladies and germs.
G'day.
G'day, Bruce.
Well, the panel's not full up at the moment, but there's a couple of latecomers, which they did send their excuses. Echo.
Holy moly.
Are we right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ah.
Start again. No, I'm not
The
starting
combat
again.
wombat.
No, I'm
The
not
combat
starting.
wombat.
I'm not starting again.
Yeah, the combat wombat does not approve of echoes.
Hey, Brainery.
I will,
Who was
I
it?
will
Trip
get
and
the
Fool. Hey, No Name.
I will get the
Phil Holland.
reckoner.
Pip. Yeah. Pip's in
Oh
here.
yeah, we've got Pip.
Yep.
Digital Demonic. We've got him too. John Stock's out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, today I am the trigger.
Well, if you haven't heard lately, there seemed to have been a problem with some sort of rocket launch. The Starliner.
Oh yes,
Yep.
it couldn't rendezvous.
Yeah. Now I've got a mirrored conference, post-launch news conference that Mr. Casual Spaceman's put up. So we're going to watch that for now as temporary type fill-in for till we start other stuff and things.
I don't know if there's been any more news on the.
Well, I've only got
yesterday.
the conference, and then after that, I've got a short video with actual Spaceman put out after this, so he might be able to he's either going to elaborate on it or maybe explain it a bit more. But we'll listen to the conference and we'll see what they had to say.
Well, I bet you they said some stuff.
I reckon they said some stuff.
They said stuff. Yeah.
There's something wrong at the beginning. At the beginning of the conference, the lady speaks and it sounds like she's in like an echo hall. It's quite funny.
I thought I had my YouTube markup. Maybe I've got to reset it or something before it comes back up again. Yeah.
Well.
I'm just wondering.
Terry, you've got your YouTube markup. It's on your YouTube stream, but you're not looking at your YouTube stream internally, are you? You're looking at a different window. I'm looking at the outside, and I see your doodah over the top of.
I see.
It's actually just to the right of that.
I hope
NASA
there's no
bit.
doodahs on YouTube.
You mean the subscribe button, Alan?
Yes, the subscribe button.
It's meant to be a Ozzie circle flag thing.
It is. It's there.
No,
it's there, but you've got to look at the actual stream on YouTube.
Oh, I can see it.
Down the bottom right corner.
In the bottom right corner, yeah, exactly where it's supposed to be.
Oh, covered by the square.
It looks like NASA.
No, it's over the top of NASA, but Terry won't see. We won't see it on the Zoom window.
That's not.
That's
not Terry's watermark.
No, it's NASA.
That's NASA. It's like my TARDIS.
I'm watching it on the main screen.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
It should be as big as that NASA one. It's there.
It's not. It's littler.
Well, it's not.
I can see it when I go full screen.
Ellen, it's not. It says NASA. It says NASA on the logo down the bottom below the subscribe button.
Zoom in.
Another NASA logo.
It's definitely NASA.
I can see it full screen on the iPad. There's a little Aussie flag in the corner.
Yeah.
Is it?
Not on mine.
While we are in Zoom, while we are looking at the while we are looking at the bit that
NASA on the logo
YouTube window that Terry,
I just fixed it. There you go. Excuse me, people. I just fixed it because when I reset the page, refreshed it, it came up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but that's on your Aussie perspective. When you go to the actual thing so you can play it, you won't see it.
Nah, there it is. I was going insane for a second.
Yeah. You had to when you refresh the actual page, it's actually there. I can see
Yeah,
it. That's
but
okay
you weren't
now.
looking at that page. You were looking at the Starliner
No,
page.
I was
and the
looking.
No,
Starliner
I was
page
looking.
is-
I was looking at my
It's here
stream.
now.
I was looking
Oh my
at my.
goodness.
Oh dear, oh
Get
dear.
a retirement village, you two.
Yeah.
It was and now it's there. Yeah, we
Oh,
go.
there it is.
Hang on.
It's
Before we
okay.
start
It's
the
all
video,
good now. Can I keep going?
wait,
Yes.
before you start,
Oh,
just a comment from
yes.
Trip and Fool. Boeing must have used the same program as to do their clocks on their rockets as they did for the sensors on the grounded 737s.
Ooh, that's a bit harsh.
Burn. It's a burn.
That's a harsh.
Bit harsh.
That's a harsh.
No name's catching on. It's not a show without technical difficulty. Well, it's not just technical difficulties.
Time out the panel.
Oh, well, you can do that, Penguin, if you can.
Oh,
Yeah, time the panel out.
that's harsh.
That's harsh. So, I was going to play a
The
video.
blind leading the blind.
Oh,
Hang on.
rough.
Oh dear, oh dear.
There's a lot of icons there now.
Have we got a video?
Yes, I shared it.
It's playing.
It's playing. I just wound it back too far.
Hello, welcome to Kennedy Space Center. My name is Bettina Nklan. I'm the Associate Administrator for Communications at NASA. You're joining us today for a briefing on the status of Boeing's uncrewed orbital flight test, which launched this morning at 6.
Wow, that echo's really bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's got YouTube playing in the background.
Who has?
I,
Not
She
me.
has.
I told you the audio was bad, man. You gotta wait till the guy.
I've got everything
across-
muted, so it must be them.
That's what I'm saying. It's their audio.
Oh, it's
I
them.
just said
And I
it's
thought I had
her.
technical difficulties.
I warned you
People
from
told
the
you that.
beginning.
Oh. Outside chat, can you come in here and sort this panel out?
Come get some.
6:36 a.m. From the Space Launch Complex 41. With us today is a group of people, our NASA leadership, to talk more about the status of the mission. I'll introduce them quickly. With me is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann,
Mike Fink.
NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, President and CEO of United Launch Alliance Tori Bruno, Jim Chilton, Boeing Senior Vice President of Space and Launch Division, Steve.
Oh, that's
Spooky.
oh, that's hurting my brain.
Yeah, just bring it forward into the guy fourth.
She's just introducing them, yeah. Just
Yeah, I
the
know,
guy
but
more you bet.
Just bring it forward a little bit, Terry. The
Go
guy.
that guy.
Yeah,
Is
him.
that
Look
guy?
into him. He
Is it that-
actually says.
that guy?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
says.
In the
well,
boss.
they
That's
fixed the mic.
Thanos.
They fixed the main mic by then. You know,
That guy?
it's the one.
Yeah.
That guy.
Tie a knot in it.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. You're so slow.
Don't talk to us. We don't have the buttons.
Yeah, but no, that's not what I said. Jeez, you got to spell it out, sheeple to him.
And
A lot of things went right.
NASA Administrator
And
Jim
this is,
Bridenstine,
in fact,
President
why we
CEO of
text.
United Launch
Just a few
Alliance.
minutes ago, I got off the phone with the Vice President.
It starts at 7 a minute. Let's keep going.
Yeah, just
What
go a
on
little
earth
more.
is going on here? This is not my technical difficulty, people.
It's them. It's them.
And they're complaining that they had a rocket failure thing, and they can't even get the bloody audio right.
Fire the audio.
Did they even send the rocket in the right direction in the first place?
It remains to be seen. Seen. Yeah, just a little bit more, Terry, and then the audio.
Sorry, Peanut Gallery. I just had to put up with it.
Jim
He gave a
Chilton,
briefing
Senior
on
Vice
where we are.
President of
He
Space
maintains that he is very positive as the National Space Council in our ability to once again launch American astronauts on a rocket from American soil. So we did have obviously some challenges today.
There we go.
When the spacecraft separated from the launch vehicle, we did not get the orbital insertion burn that we were hoping for. It appears as though the mission elapsed timing system had an error in it, and that anomaly resulted in the vehicle believing that the time was different.
Was it an error or an anomaly? Now, they have to put their
Anomalous.
finger on it. Because there's
Anomalous.
they're two different things.
Terry,
What?
Terry, just
What?
hang on.
What?
Hang on a second. One of the conclusions that they've come to is there was a time dilation problem. Yeah, stick that in your pipe and smoke it. No, the clock was wrong, so it didn't.
No, I don't know
have to
that yet. I
activate.
haven't heard. That's why I'm watching it.
All right, carry on.
No, thank you.
That it actually was. And because that timing was a little bit off, what ended up happening is the spacecraft tried to maintain a very precise control that it normally wouldn't have tried to maintain, and it burned a lot of prop in that part of the flight. And when that prop got burnt, it looked like we weren't going to be able to go ahead and rendezvous with the International Space Station. By the time we were able to get signals up to actually command it to do the orbital insertion burn, it was a bit too late. And the reason it was too late is because it appears, and remember, all of this is very early and preliminary, and we're learning things moment by moment, but it appears as though we were between TDRS communication satellites, which meant we couldn't get the command signal to tell the spacecraft that it needed to do the orbital insertion burn soon enough. A couple of things that are important to note, and I want to be very clear about this. We as an agency and our partners at Boeing and ULA have committed that when there is something that is a challenge, we will be very clear and transparent about it, and we will share information as early as possible. And we have done that, and we will continue doing that. It is important for us to build trust with the American taxpayer so that we can continue to do these magnificent things. But know this, a lot of things today did in fact go right. I would also attest that it could very well be that had we had Nicole Mann in the spacecraft, remember what the challenge here, this anomaly has to do with automation. And Nicole and Mike are trained specifically to deal with the situation that happened today where the automation was not working according to plan. And if we would have had crew in there, number one, they would have been safe. To be very clear, our crew would have been safe. And in fact, had they been in there, we very well may be orbiting, or we may be docking with the International Space Station tomorrow, had they been in the spacecraft. So a lot of things went right today. I want to be really clear. A lot of things went right, and this is why we test. And because we are now in orbit, and in fact elevating our orbit, we're going to get a lot more data and a lot more information in the coming days. So this is all very positive in general. I would also say that we had the Centaur upper stage with two RL-10 engines demonstrated a very successful flight that something it had not done since 2004, which is a Centaur with two RL-10 engines. So a lot of I wouldn't necessarily say that was a first, but a lot of firsts did happen today that were very good, and we're going to continue to learn from what's from this test flight. So Tori, I'll turn it over to you. You can talk about some of the things that are important to ULA, and then we'll turn it over to Jim Chilton to talk about what's important to Boeing, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thanks, Jim. So as you know, this was the 81st flight of an Atlas V launch vehicle, but it was a uniquely configured Atlas V for the crew mission.
Holy shit,
and so
audio,
it was very
Batman!
significant
What
that
the
it was
hell?
a nominal flight. As the administrator
What?
has said, there were a number of test objectives simply
What'd you do?
associated with
They
that.
put all the money.
We
They put all the
successfully
money
flew
into the
capsule
rockets.
without a payload fairing. The aerodynamic skirt that was added for control of aerodynamic loads functioned beautifully. The ascent covers on the capsule separated nominally during flight. The aeroskirt separated nominally. We flew the flattened low-G reentry trajectory uniquely for crew safety purposes perfectly. And at the point of separation of the spacecraft, we achieved those separation parameters and in fact literally hit a bullseye with several parameters in the vanishing decimal points of accuracy. So all of those activities worked just perfectly and satisfied those test objectives. Additionally, we did have a forward-facing camera on the front of the Centaur that was able to observe the spacecraft separation, which was significant in terms of confirming Boeing's observations that my colleague Jim Chilton will talk about. And I'll hand it over to you, Jim.
Okay. Well, I'll echo the great human-rated Atlas performance. This is not your father's Atlas. Not only has it got a dual-engine Centaur, but it's got a lot of human-rated upgrades. So that was a big success. Let me jump right to what the timeline was. As soon as the spacecraft separates from the launch vehicle, it's programmed to do an orbital insertion burn, which is how you go catch the space station and rendezvous. That burn didn't happen. It appears that the vehicle was using a mission elapsed timer that was not the mission elapsed timer the mission was on. We don't understand the root cause of that. We don't know if that was inherent somewhere in the vehicle or was caused by some event. Just haven't got, what we know is the vehicle was not on the right timer. We don't know why it thought that it wasn't. The thing to know is, of course, once the vehicle thought it was at a different time in the mission, being autonomous, a lot of this runs on a timer, it began to do burns and attitude control. The flight control team reacted in a very professional manner. They recognized and the engineers diagnosed this quickly. We began to send commands to take it over. As Administrator Bridenstine mentioned, there was some delay in that until we could get a positive link as we went through satellites. Again, that's our hypothesis. That's why the link wasn't received, but we've got data to review there. And so the flight control team put the spacecraft in safe orbit. We're tailed to the sun, making sure we maximize charging. All systems are good, cooling, power. In addition to the flight dynamics, we're also able to do far-field sensor looks and space-to-space checkouts of our optical system, so all of that is underway. The orbit we're in today, the reason we picked it and put it there is that allows us to return to White Sands in 48 hours. So without knowing exactly what was going on, the team quite rightly said, let me put the spacecraft in an orbit that I know I can control and get home and give the engineering team time to thoroughly figure out what's going on. So spacecraft looks healthy. We're in an orbit we like. It is.
By the way, that was the absolute right decision for this mission, to make a decision that we needed to come home and make sure we can land at White Sands. That is an important test objective in itself.
Safety first. You want to make sure you go up, you go to space, and you come home where you intended to go. So I commend the flight control team and the combined Boeing-NASA team that called that very early. Where we sit now in the orbit, we're doing a propellant inventory management. It appears we have about 75% of the flight test propellant available, and the team will go figure out what subset of our overall test objectives can be achieved with the propellant remaining while preserving a safe return to White Sands. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thanks, Jim. From the commercial crew program perspective, I want to just congratulate the team for the work that they did today, both the Boeing flight control team, the Boeing engineering team, and the NASA team that supported them. Having been in operations in the past, I thought the team did a phenomenal job with a very tough scenario, coming off the vehicle with the time that didn't look right. And the team didn't have a lot of data to make decisions, but the team did a phenomenal job of getting the Starliner spacecraft in a safe orbit. The plan for the rest of the day, before we came over here, they're going to do a couple of raising burns to adjust the orbit up. That'll happen this afternoon around 1:40 or so Eastern, and the second one would be around 2:25 Eastern. They're about 20 meters per second each to raise the orbit up to optimize the landing at White Sands, which the earliest landing would be on Sunday at White Sands. I think the time will be around 7:30 a.m., but it'll change with time. From a program perspective, we learned a lot today with the launch vehicle and the spacecraft. This vehicle is set up to fly today the exact trajectory we'll fly with a crew on board. We had the emergency detection system on the Atlas, and that's a system that would, if anything would happen with the rocket during powered flight or on the pad, could command a separation. That system was flown in an inactive mode today, and we're going to collect data on that. And the team is replanning the mission to collect as many objectives as they can on the spacecraft. I would say before I came over, the spacecraft is doing great. The thermal control system's working fine. The flight computers are working well. The cabin environment's great. The spacecraft has recovered well and is doing well. So we'll work this over the next few days. When we look ahead, we'll work with the Boeing team and make sure we're safe for entry. The thing we have to do now is we understand we had a problem with this timing, with this very important insertion maneuver. We'll have to go look forward and look at the deorbit burn and entry just to make sure there's no hidden problems there, and so we'll go look at the software. We'll probably do some runs in the simulator and the ASIL and to make sure that's all safe. So overall, a good day for us. We'll learn a lot from this mission. We still have a lot of objectives ahead of us. And then the deorbit and the entry for this vehicle, when you look ahead to a crewed flight, is hugely important to get that with this particular capsule, this particular shape, separating the service module. So we have a lot of things to look forward to on this mission. I'll turn it over to Kirk.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, as International Space Station's role in this mission is really largely twofold. One was to execute the pieces of the demonstration flight when the Starliner is in the vicinity of the International Space Station. Second piece is actually to train the crew to be ready. And of course, we did accomplish that first part. I had the chance to speak to the on-orbit crew yesterday, and they were ready and excited to support the docking. And so that part is true. As we go forward here after today and learn more about what the capabilities of the vehicle that are remaining and what objectives can be accomplished, it's quite possible some of those objectives in coordination with the ISS are possible. We'll see how that goes. The last thing I wanted to mention about learning, which is really, really important, is that we had an off-nominal situation on orbit. We've been working for years with our international partners to be ready for U.S. astronauts to fly on U.S. rockets off of U.S. soil. And so we've actually coordinated with them. So I spoke with my counterparts this morning. They're aware, and we're working with them as we go through this too. So there's the technical learning that's going on, and I would say the programmatic learning is going on as well. And people around the globe are supportive of what we're doing and looking forward to learning everything we can from this flight and be ready to fly our crews here in the very near future. Thank you.
And speaking of crews, we astronauts, including Chris Ferguson, Nicole Mann, and myself on the next crew, we were watching from we divided and conquered. We had some of us that were at the Atlas Space Operations Center, the ASOC. We had some of us that were at the Boeing Mission Control Center, and we saw a great launch. We watched the OI burn as it played out, and we kind of imagined ourselves as if we were on board. In fact, I even had my flight checklist that we've been developing right in front of me to watch what was going on. And Starliner has a robust manual capability, and Chris Ferguson, Nicole Mann, and myself, we'd like to think that, as the administrator was saying, that had we been on board, we could have given the flight control team more options on what to do in the situation.
We train extensively for this type of contingency. And had we been on board, there could have been actions that we could have taken. And we will continue to develop those actions. And that robust manual capability is something that's required. This vehicle is a new level of automation that we've never seen before. And so what we're really doing is we're testing that automation. And that's why you have test pilots on board, especially for these early missions. That's our job. That's what we're trained to do. We are looking forward to flying on Starliner. We don't have any safety concerns. Everything on the ascent, all the systems that would keep us safe have functioned properly on the launch and currently on the vehicle. We're looking forward to all the test data, and we're looking forward to a landing at White Sands.
Well, thank you. With that, we're going to take questions. Please identify your name and the name of your organization. We're going to do one question per reporter because there's a lot of interest. And then if we have time, we'll go back to you. So with that, do you want to call them?
I'll let you pick, Bettina.
Right here.
Much may have gone well today, but it clearly was imperfect. So does what happened today necessitate another orbital flight test? When would you work that into a launch schedule? And doesn't that push back the ultimate goal, which is to get folks like these two onto a rocket and into space?
So I think it's too early to know. I think, as Jim Chilton alluded to, we don't know what the root cause is. We know that the mission elapsed time was not correct, that it was going off the wrong time, but we don't know what the root cause is. I think it's too early for us to make that assessment, but certainly when we do make that assessment, we will communicate that as soon as we do.
But you can see a scenario where, despite what happened today, it wouldn't interrupt the ultimate goal, which is to get these guys up on the next one?
Yeah, I'm not saying yes, and I'm not saying no. I think it's too early. It's too early to make that assessment.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, commercial crew, we would have to look at what the problem is and see what the ramifications are to the different parts of the software. You know, if you think about the parts of the mission that's ahead for us, we still will get to do the orbit and entry and check out those critical pieces of the mission. If you think about the critical parts of the mission from a crew, it's launch and landing. So we'll collect that data and we'll understand the root cause of this problem, and then we'll have to go see what's the next step relative to the next mission.
Mm-hmm. And please wait till the microphone gets to you before you say your question.
David Curley from ABC News for the astronauts. What does this say about automation? And do you find it striking that in 2019, with a sophisticated vehicle as this is, that the wrong clock was used?
So this is why we flight test, right? We're trying to get all of the bugs, if you will, out of the system. I'd like to compliment Boeing. They've done an exceptional job with their different system integration labs for the avionics. They've in Houston and Florida to try to wring out everything. And there's always something. Rosanna Dana said it best. There's always something, right? And so that's why we flight test. And our job is to wring out all those issues so that
Did
when
he just
we
use
send
air
operational
quotes?
crews, the folks that may not be astronauts that may not be test pilots, those are just focused on getting to our beautiful International Space Station and back, that they can just that they can trust the automation. And so the first time it happens, that's why we have the manual capability that we have. It's not just a good idea. Boeing, embraced the idea, but it's a NASA regulation that if we're going to have humans on board, have all the automation you want, but always have a way out.
In some ways, this was the toughest time for automation, I would say. If you think about what was happening, right? The automation of the launch vehicle gets you into orbit, but then it was handing over to now the automation of the spacecraft. And so that critical time frame, clearly we missed something with this time that we didn't see it in any of our simulations that we did, any of the runs in the hardware in the loop runs where we have a very high fidelity Boeing spacecraft that you run them through. So something we clearly missed, but it's in this time frame where the automation hands over, if you will, from the launch vehicle to the spacecraft, that clearly the time got messed up. So we'll have to go figure out what happened and then go solve the problem.
And I'll just add, clearly the spacecraft was not on the timer we expected her to be on, and that was a surprise. We don't know why. We don't know if it started that way. We don't know if some event caused it to be that way. Our most important job right now that we have the spacecraft where we like it and it's operating fine is to diagnose that and then compare that same cause or anything similar to all the reentry functionality so we can complete this flight test safely and successfully.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Mr. Chilton. Everything was going so great for 15 minutes, and well, actually for the first half hour. I'm sorry. In any event, how much of a blow was it to have everything go so well during ASCENT, and then for this to happen? It must have been pretty devastating for the team.
So. Yeah, let me talk about the team. I think that the team comes in a couple subsets, the flight control team and the mission management support team, all those technical people who trained for this to watch off nominals. There was no emotion. There was just professional execution and setting the right priorities about where to put the spacecraft. I did have a chance to go by, we build the spacecraft right here at the Kennedy Space Center. And of course, I went by before coming here to address the team. And yeah, these are passionate people who are committing a big chunk of their lives to put Americans back in space from our soil. So it's disappointing for us. But that doesn't mean we're not going to diagnose it, figure out what the right thing to do to go forward, whether it's what kind of next flight test we fly, and keep going.
I'll add that I went over to the ASOC, obviously, and observed Jim's team who was working at there. Consummate professionals, that's how this industry works. As he said, we put our heart and soul into these missions. But when we're executing them, when there's a challenge, when there's an anomaly, people move to that and they work the problem, they work the anomaly, they do the right thing, and then we think about the rest of it later.
Hi, Chelsea Goad, space.com. So I'm curious currently, what are the odds of successfully recovering and refurbishing the spacecraft once it lands in White Sands? And then if you could just speak a bit more to, breaking down the timeline of, from what we now know, next steps, both with the spacecraft and the mission overall. Thank you.
So Jim, I'll leave it to you.
I'll take, certainly the first one, the odds are high, really the same as if we were on our way to rendezvous is how it looks today. We're just going to come home to White Sands, which was always the plan. The spacecraft is designed to be reusable. There's nothing about this event with the mission elapsed timer. We ended up in a place in space we didn't expect to be, but we don't see hardware issues that would drive a different refurbishment and turnaround. And I'm sorry, the second part of the question?
If you could just speak a bit more to the overall timeline for the mission and for moving forward with Starliner.
Okay, well, for this mission, we have protected a return to White Sands in 48 hours. So that at the risk of getting out ahead of my NASA colleagues, I'll call that baseline, because we're certainly going to go diagnose what's going on. If we need another day to diagnose what's going on, we'll do that. If we diagnose it and the joint team, the NASA-Boeing team, says, hey, we could stay a little longer and get a larger proportion of the test objectives completed, we'll look at that. We'll definitely open to that.
Yeah, and today, as I said, the major objective is to really do a couple of orbit raising burns to raise the orbit to set up the landing at White Sands for 48 hours later. So the team's off working that. They're also off working at what kind of mission objectives can they add to the mission? Can they do we have a couple of demonstrations of capabilities that we do before we go rendezvous with the space station. They're off looking at can they do some of those demonstrations to check out those systems. And then along the way, is there anything else they can do to check out the spacecraft, not only ahead of the landing, but also for future flights? So they're off thinking about those sorts of things.
And we know even with the 48-hour, if we even coming home Sunday, we know that we can do far field type observations for our docking system. We know we can do space to space type observations. We can check where we are relative to other spacecraft. So we're already getting some value.
Irene? Thanks very much. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week in Space Technology for Steve Stitch. I realize this might change, but currently, is it a requirement of the commercial crew program that there be a docking of these spacecraft prior to astronauts flying to the space station?
Yeah, we don't have any requirement to do that. What we both Boeing and SpaceX proposed a mission to do an uncrewed test flight that demonstrated a docking. So I would not say that's a requirement. It's something that is nice to have, but I wouldn't say it's a requirement for a crewed flight.
What is the current orbit of Starliner, and are you this resetting of the mission elapsed time that's now resolved to the point where the orbits will happen and this deorbit burn to get to White Sands also would happen?
Yeah, I mean, the orbit is 216 kilometers by 186 kilometers. That's the apogee, the highest point, to the perigee, the lowest point. The timer is not an issue anymore. I mean, it's reset, and we're able to do everything that we need on the right mission elapsed time. So that shouldn't be a factor for the rest of the mission.
Chris.
Thanks. Chris Davenport from the Washington Post for Mr. Chilton. You talked so much in leading up to this flight for years about the redundancy built into the spacecraft with the computers. Since the clock seems to be so key to the thrusters and the maneuvers and the insertion burn, was there no backup to the clock?
We don't understand why the spacecraft got off the expected mission elapsed time. Through all the redundancy trails and everything else, so I'm not able to answer until we diagnose. But we'll let you know when we know. You'll know.
I think it's safe to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's safe to say that we could have commanded the orbital insertion burn directly in time to actually save the mission and enable it to go to the International Space Station. It just so happened that at the time when we were trying to do that, we were between TDRS satellites. As far as we can tell right now, there's a lot of data that we need to go review. But Chris, I'm just sharing this because I want to be as open and transparent as early as possible. So there is a backup. The backup is to send it a command, and that command just did not get received by the spacecraft because of where it happened to be at the time and where our TDRS satellites were.
Faust.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Can you say what fraction of the mission objectives you will not be able to achieve because you will not be arriving at the space station?
I can't. Job one is it's been 3.5 hours. Job one was get her to the orbit we wanted and start planning your forward ops. We know we've already gotten some, but Jeff will have to just get back to you. We haven't tallied yet.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Jim. It's really been too early. We've been really trying to work the problem, get the spacecraft in a safe orbit, figure out the final options for the rest of the mission. So we haven't had a chance yet to reconcile what we think we can achieve on this flight and what we had planned to achieve.
Okay. We have some reporters on the line. We're going to go to Michael Sheets from CNBC.
Hi, Al. In terms of the objectives remaining, what are you looking at that looks achievable, and where do you go from here in terms of salvaging what you can from the mission?
Well, I think there's plenty to achieve. Rather than drag you through narrow objectives, I already mentioned that we have part of our docking system and our control of the spacecraft in space has think of them as eyes. It's a system with 4 different types of sensors. Some are for long range, some are for short range. We're obviously going to be able to test all the long range. We have the opportunity to run some subsystem tests. There was some planning to take subsystems without crew to places that we wanted to be able to show autonomously. And then finally, I would say, and this is something we're studying and haven't committed to, and Kirk's eyebrows may be instructive here, but as you approach the space station, you go into a corridor and there's a keep out sphere, and there's probably an opportunity to practice spacecraft guidance and control, just not at the same proximity to the station that we previously thought.
And obviously the deorbit and entry objectives, there's lots of other things that the spacecraft is doing that we're learning about how a spacecraft performs in orbit, how the radiators are rejecting heat, solar ray pointing and charging the batteries. There's many things that just flying in orbit about the Earth that we're learning about the spacecraft and how it performs, which will be huge for the crewed flight test.
We're going to take another question from the line, then we'll go back to the room. Lauren Grush from The Verge.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. So I'm curious, then, how long exactly do you have for a window to do the insertion burn, and what exactly could the crew do if they were on Starliner to make that happen in case this ever happened again?
Well, I think the first one I can take. When we realized the orbital insertion burn didn't happen, the protocol is to just go send the spacecraft instructions to burn another one, and I'm working from memory, but I think it was 7 or 8 minutes after we knew the first one didn't happen. And of course, we didn't have positive link with a TDRS, and we couldn't get that signal through. And by the time we did get positive link from TDRS, we chose to go to a different orbit instead of send the burn. If Nicole and Mike don't mind, I'll hand over what you would do to them.
Sure. So we have the capability on board to stop the automation and take over manually to fly. There's different levels that we can degrade down to, all the way down to the point where we are manually controlling the firing of thrusters. And so in this case, we could have stopped the RCS thrusters from firing and then entered the burn ourselves and either had the automation or the computer systems execute that burn, or we could have flown that burn manually. As far as coming back home in an orbit that the spacecraft is in now, it's certainly safe. We have the capability to live on board for an extended period of time. And then we would come back nominally. In this case, if for some reason there was still an issue with the automation, we do have that capability to do the deorbit burn and fly and land manually.
Yeah, these are the things that we spend our time training for in simulations. We spend some time on how it go when things go right, but we're always looking at what if things go wrong, just so that we can provide that mission assurance and safety for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, good morning. Tom Costello with NBC News. I had 2 quick questions.
to drill down on what your, whether you could do a crewed mission. Not having this experience isn't a critical component of the crewed mission, or rather of this unmanned mission. Wasn't it to test your docking capabilities? And can you put a crewed mission together and approach the station without having at least done it once in this automated mode? That's my first question. And my second was, on the satellite link communication failure, I guess I was surprised that you would not have had constant comms with the vehicle the entire time, that foreseeing some sort of a glitch or a failure to communicate between satellites, that would not have already been ironed out in advance.
As far as that, the reason the commands weren't going through, we still need to look at that. It very well may be that there's another issue there. We're just assessing what we think the possibility could be early on, but there's a lot of data that we're going to have to go back and look at to see if there was an issue there that we can fix. What was your remind me first? Oh, docking.
Approach the station.
Yeah.
To dock if you've never done it
You bet you
in
can.
this kind of a test mode.
Yeah. Remember, the space shuttles never flew autonomously. They never did. So the answer is yes, you can do it. We built the space station with the space shuttles, and every single one of those missions was crewed every time.
I think in some cases having a crew on board gives you some better, or different, enhanced capability for responding to some failures for a docking. So I agree with Mr. Bridenstine. There's absolutely, you could do a mission without having automated docking with the crew.
You haven't decided whether you're going to allow it.
Yeah, well, that's something we got to look at. We got to look at all the data, come up with, look, remember what we do as an agency. We do really difficult things, and we do it all the time. And yes, we have challenges, but what do? We figure out what those challenges are, we fix them, and we move forward. That's what we do as an agency. It's our history, and it's what we're going to do now. And that's not a problem. We're going to keep doing it.
Joey?
Thanks. Joey Gurlett from Reuters. This is for Jim and Jim Chilton. What could you learn from a Starliner staying longer, more than 48 hours in orbit? And a second question, maybe not talking about this particular mission, but this kind of might be repetitive, but would you support a decision to launch crew on Starliner knowing that the spacecraft has not docked yet to the ISS?
Certainly, I'm not ruling it out. Personally, I'm not ruling it out. I'm not saying we're going to do it, but I'm not ruling it out either. Again, remember, when we had space shuttles, every single one of those missions was crewed from day one. The very first time we launched a space shuttle, it had people on board. And the first time that it rendezvoused with an object in space, it had people on board. These are not things that are new to NASA, but I want to make sure that we understand what the challenges were that we just had, and that we get those fixed and make sure that there's not some larger systematic problem. Maybe it's if this is a software challenge, then is that systemic, or is it just, this happens to affect this one particular aspect of the flight? So we need to look through those things and make sure that we're doing the right things for the right reasons. What was you had another question there?
What could you learn from the Starliner if it stayed longer than 48 hours in orbit before coming back to White Sands?
Yeah, well, I think it very well, we could make a decision in the coming hours to stay longer than 48 hours. I'm not going to suggest we are. I think we have made the right safe decision, which is we're going to protect landing at White Sands. That's what we want to do. We don't want to miss the opportunity to land at White Sands, because that in itself is going to be a test objective. But certainly if we stay longer, as was mentioned earlier, there's station keeping that we can do with the International Space Station. Possibly, I'm not suggesting we can. We need to make sure that we can do that if it's within the realm of what's possible. But yeah, there's other test objectives. Jim, if you have anything to add.
Well, I'll throw out that part of the plan as we approach station was to demonstrate margin in our maneuver capability. We have a spacecraft in space. The cabin is fine. The cooling, all those systems are working. What we wanted to show as we approached an autonomous docking was we had margin in the control system. When she doesn't veer off course too much, she doesn't, and we could go do all of that. What we were going to do is stress it a little bit. So by the time we got close to the station, we were in the fairway more, to use a golf analogy. So extending the mission could do more of that.
And I think the extension will be driven by the white sands. We don't end up having a white sands landing opportunity every day, and so we'll have to look at when that landing opportunity is, what the weather is for that opportunity, and then factor in our understanding of the problem we had relative to insertion with does that in any way affect the deorbit and entry guidance modes of the vehicle. And so I think those are the factors: how many mission objectives we can get, what's the weather looking like at White Sands. If I don't land on Sunday at White Sands, when's the next opportunity? And we'll just have to make the flight control team, Richard Jones, the ascent entry flight director, and the flight control team with the mission management team are doing all the right things, looking at all the right trades. Obviously, it's very early in this whole mission, but they'll factor all those things into when we come home.
Mike
Microphone
McAuley
stick
from
man.
Fox 35 News. It's a follow-up to Tom Costello's question. This issue about the capsule being between two satellites. I wonder if that segues to another issue about how crowded space is becoming, and with all of these satellites going up all the time from Space Coast moving forward, do these missions need to be changed, taking that into account, because it's getting really crowded up there?
So there is no doubt it is getting really crowded as a nation. The president has issued Space Policy Directive 3, which gives the Commerce Department the charge to do space situational awareness and space traffic management. Currently, it's done by the United States Department of Defense through what's called the JSPOC, the Joint Space Operations Center. Their data does come to NASA through the Johnson Space Center. And of course, we have some really whiz-bang, I would say, people that do really amazing kind of science with it, and they come up with very accurate assessments as to is the International Space Station at risk? Are our crewed capsules at risk? These are things that we do take very, very seriously. I will also say that regarding the TDRS perspective, this is a constellation that's in geostationary orbit, well beyond low Earth orbit, so it will not have any kind of challenge with objects in space. Regarding the constellations that are launching from right here at the Space Coast, a lot of those constellations are low Earth orbit constellations, some of them with many thousands of satellites. And the reason they're doing that is because they want to have high throughput, low latency communications so that you can have cell phone-like communications through satellites. And you can't do that from geostationary orbit just because the distance is too far and it doesn't match the protocols for LTE or whatever the signals happen to be at the time. So I would argue that that the orbital debris situation is something that our country, our nation, under the president's direction, is taking very seriously, and we have to keep doing that.
If I could, yeah. I'll add that what we have is a correlation in space where we were between TDRS, but that isn't causation. So our hypothesis is we found ourselves in a place where it was hard to get that link in, but like the timer, we have to go make sure we understand that.
There's up here in the front.
Chris Gephardt with NASA Spaceflight. First off, to Tori and Jim, thank you for the communication today. That was very much appreciated. I just want to make sure I understand this because I haven't actually heard anyone say it definitively. Docking and rendezvous at the station is completely off the table for this. Yes? I have a follow-up.
Yeah, so we were debating that just maybe an hour ago. And I would say that that's safe to take off the table at this point. I think it's safe to take off the table at this point. It's not worth doing given the amount of fuel that we burned. Remember when the timing was off, the spacecraft didn't know exactly where it was in the sequence, and when that happened, it seems, and again, this is all very, very early, but it seems like it believed that it was doing an orbital insertion burn when it wasn't. And when that happens, the reaction control system starts working because it has to have very precise kind of station keeping, if you will, very precise attitude keeping. And that very precise attitude keeping burns fuel. And so by the time we got that figured out, we had burned sufficient fuel that if we would have done an orbit insertion burn to get to the International Space Station, it might not have been enough. And so I think that the right decision was made by the people who were in the room at the time. The right decision was made to protect White Sands, to make sure that we can get this spacecraft safely back to White Sands, which is an important test objective in itself. So I want to be really clear. The NASA team and the Boeing team need to be commended for making the decision that is in the best interest of our country, for the decision that is in the best interest of the safety of people on the ground and, of course, our astronauts. I will also say that at no time, even under the automated sequence, at no time had we had astronauts on board that were not manually flying it, there was no time at which they would have been unsafe during any of this. And had they been on board, we very well would be on our way, very well could be. I'm not saying we would have been, very well could be on our way to the International Space Station right now. So.
And for other Jim, I know you said earlier that you have a really high degree of confidence of that landing will go fine, but with the timer issue completely unexpected, how are you confident that this won't happen again when the entry sequence triggers?
Well, I think your question is excellent. I mentioned confidence in reentry, but it is a fact. We have to go diagnose the root cause of our timer challenge. And by the way, anything else we've seen in spacecraft behavior as she went into an off-nominal scenario. And we have to not just say that doesn't apply to reentry. We have to say, is there anything in our previous thinking or that's similar that we could be susceptible to on landing? And we've got to go do that before we land. Simple as that.
Okay. We're going to take one more question and then we're going to wrap it up.
AP again, perhaps for Jim Bridenstine or Steve. Does any of this spill into SpaceX's effort to launch Crew next year? Is there any impact to them that you have to sort through first, or is this totally separate?
Well, there's a lot of things here that your question addresses. Number one, it is important for us as a nation to maintain dissimilar redundancy. So when you look at the Boeing solution and the SpaceX solution, they are not the same. Which means that when we do have a challenge that might set us back, the other one can keep going forward without putting us in a position where we might not have crew on the International Space Station or whatever commercial space stations come after the International Space Station. So both providers are critically important to the future architecture of commercial spaceflight. I want to be clear about that. Both providers are critically important to the future architecture of commercial spaceflight, and there very well could be other providers that get on-ramped in the future. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but there are a lot of other companies that are interested in human spaceflight as well, and a lot of them are making their own investments for their own reasons, even if NASA is not a customer. So I think that is an important point to make. I would also say that one of the reasons NASA manages the commercial crew program is because when we see a commercial provider have a challenge, something that is off-nominal, for example, we can make an assessment if that is a problem for another provider. And the goal here is to make sure that human spaceflight is safe for everybody. So in this way, NASA has a very key role to play here. We've seen this with launch abort challenges that obviously people in this room have been made aware of. And we've seen this with parachute challenges that people in this room have been made aware of. So look, the goal here is for NASA to be able to apply knowledge that we learned from each of our providers to make everybody more safe. And so, yes, we do want to look across the different partners and make sure that that they're not, creating the same mistakes. This is a challenge when we talk about commercial space flight with NASA being the certifier of these spacecraft. This is a challenge in some cases because intellectual property matters to the companies. And so we have to be careful. We don't want to share intellectual property from one company to another company, if doing so, puts one at a disadvantage. But when there are safety of flight issues where humans need to be protected, we absolutely intend to share information, and that is a challenge that we need to continue to work through as we move forward in this commercial spaceflight era.
And I would say echo just what Jim said. I mean, right now it doesn't look like there's crossover to Dragon, but when we go look at the root cause and we find out what the fundamental issue was, and that may take a little while to figure that out, if we think it applies to either the Falcon or the Dragon, we'll go off and work that with SpaceX. But right now, today, early on, it doesn't appear to be. We've flown one uncrewed mission demo 1 in March with the Dragon and the Falcon, and obviously we didn't see this type of anomaly, but once we do the root cause analysis and figure out what happens, we look across both those providers all the time. That's part of our job in the program to ensure that we fly safely. So,
you know, I'll add that it's a long tradition in our industry that human safety transcends proprietary information and issues like that, intellectual property. We are not going ever to withhold something that would put other people at risk. That's just not how it's done.
Well, with that, Mr. Bridenstine, do you have any final remarks?
I just want to reiterate, today we had a lot of successes, and I would say one of the biggest successes is watching the NASA team and the Boeing team and the ULA team work together in an off-nominal situation to make good decisions that would have been right for our astronauts and right for the country. I think that's a big takeaway. I would also say that we will continue to be, as we learn information. This is not the end. We will continue to get information. We will continue sharing information. And I know we are all on this stage committed to doing that because it's in the interest of the nation, and we want to have support from the public. And to the extent that we can share data, we will do it as soon as it becomes available, and you have our commitment on that. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for continuing to follow this program. It's important to the nation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for being here. You can get more updates at nasa.gov. We're providing information throughout the day. Thank you again, and check us out at nasa.gov. Thank you.
Oh, we're still none the wiser.
Why?
Well, they didn't have anyone. They think we're all dummies or something because they never have anyone with any technical expertise to explain the technology of what they're using, or they just want to, or they don't want us to know the technology that they use.
But
they explained it.
They can't release the information because they haven't finished with all the telemetry yet.
There's going to be a conference at 2:00 Eastern Standard Time today by NASA. If anybody's interested.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was an initial report of this is what we know happened. Why it happened, we don't know yet. We're looking into it. When we know more, we will tell you. I think that's the situation they're in.
Bad clock.
This is the difficulty when you're trying to be open like they are at the moment. People want to know straight away what went wrong. They don't want, there's no. Please wait until we know what's going on. But of course, if you don't actually know the answers, you can't give them, can you?
That's what they said.
Once they get it back, they can look at it, right?
Yeah, we still have data to get through, but there's certain telemetry data that will not be sent from the capsule back to them. It's onboard data. They will have to retrieve the vehicle to get that other data, and also they can't figure out the what went wrong with the clock unless they can physically see the clock.
Yeah, but isn't the clock more or less a computer program, not so much just a physical, like a digital clock you put next to your bed, which is numbers?
Yeah, but how are they supposed to know there wasn't a circuit jump or an electrical cutout that wasn't registered on the logs, or that maybe there was a loose wire that set the clock back?
Oh, I wouldn't put it down to a loose wire.
Why not?
Because they'd be more precise in that side of things than what they would be for the computer side. The computer side of things more fallible than a piece of wire would be.
Yeah, it would have been something to do with,
But that
algorithmic.
No. That clock was set to all the release functions, as well as the burn functions.
It could have been something as simple as instead of putting in 2019, they put in 2018.
Oh shit, Y2K. Oh fuck. Oh
Well,
Jesus.
I'm just saying, it could
Yeah.
have been something that simple.
Well, they talked
Oh
about
Jesus.
they talked about they were controlling the commands, and then it went over to automation. So all those burns and everything they did initially before it went into
Yeah.
tracking.
When it got out of satellite link, it went to automated.
Exactly.
And that's
It's
when the clock
something
went.
there.
Yeah.
I mean,
So obviously it didn't sync with the satellite before it went to automation.
yeah.
So it would have reverted back to its original timing instead of the timing of the satellite, which would have been different to the ground-based time.
What if it was like 24-hour and AM PM? You know what I mean?
That
So
wouldn't
it ticked over.
that wouldn't have. So it
Yeah, it would. It would have been like, okay, that's 12 hours ahead. We must have finished.
hang on. Mission time would have started at the moment countdown hit 0.
That's bad news. Well, at least there wasn't anyone in there.
But like they said, if they were in there, they would have been able to override the system.
That's the thing, right? Should we just send them up anyway? Give them a shot.
Yeah, I liked how that woman goes, yeah, we're not scared to go up, and then you could hear the quiver in her voice.
Yeah. She's like, oh shit, I might have spoken too soon. They're going to send me up now. Guinea pig.
Yeah, but let's face it, every time somebody goes up, they're going to be a little worried about whether it's going to go. As people say, you're sitting on one of the biggest explosions ever made. And, if you're not nervous, you're not the one to be doing the job, really.
And what's funny, I just got a message stating that Elon Musk's crewed Dragon flight will still go ahead on January 11th.
Nice.
Good.
Yes.
That's good.
Because I'm sure the astronauts are sick of getting stuck inside those bloody Soyuz capsules. They still use quilting as insulation.
Huh?
Haven't you seen inside a Soyuz capsule?
No, not really. Not that I've paid any attention to, no.
My goodness.
They got quilts stuck to the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, my God's sake.
It is. It's quilted padding. Yeah.
That's their insulation.
Also stops them bumping their head when they make a sudden stop.
Not
It's
much
terrible.
room in there.
No, there's not much room in a Soyuz.
Chipper says Matt's signing his tow truck.
Now, I don't know what Spaceman said after that because he sent out another.
Oh, that might be why the audio was bad, Terry, because it was running through Spaceman's stream.
Yeah,
who
that was
speaking.
Spaceman's to start with.
Because Spaceman didn't have any technical issues, it ended up being the spaceship. We've worked it out. If Spaceman has a flawless stream, then something's going to go wrong with the rocket.
He had all those updates going though, remember? Ding, ding.
Yeah.
Yep. It's his fault. Blame him.
Got out of time. He was too casual about it. And now the rocket is.
Oh, pineapple lumps.
Oh.
Now, I don't know what Casual's found out, but he put up a more recent.
I have a feeling it was just an update on what happened.
I think so.
This is my.
There's been no more news, really. So.
I haven't received my shield email yet, so.
Well, as leader of SHIELD Team 7, I'll look into it.
No, he's only just stating some tweets that went out.
Yeah, but those tweets would have just been directly correlated with what we just watched.
Yeah, from what I'm reading, that's all they are.
Yeah, just the clock failure and the fact that they've still got fuel to be able to make the re-entry burn. Which is what they're
75%.
mostly. Yeah, that's what they're mostly. Well, see, they need to have a minimum 60% of fuel left to change orbit trajectory and to initiate the slowdown phase. Because if that capsule hits at 20,000 kilometers an hour, it may have a problem. Because what was it? The space shuttle would hit at, and that was a manned vehicle, would hit at around 22,000 kilometers an hour. But that was when the pull of gravity was pulling it towards the Earth.
I know my audio's low, but Terry, I've just dropped a link on the internal chat.
Who said that?
I know.
Someone.
I'm hearing a voice in my head coming from a long way away.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. I'm going to have to drop and come back.
Oh, you're totally fine. We could hear you,
Just-
Peter. We could hear you. We're just kidding.
Just go and grab 2 cans out of the rubbish and a piece of string.
The string just got burnt.
Oh.
Oh.
I've dropped a link on the internal
I
chat.
hear you.
Yeah, Dinkum. Is there anybody out
Do I have to read again?
No, just bring it up on the screen, Terry.
Yeah, okay. It's showing ad blocker stuff, and I don't like using that. Yeah.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
that's okay. I got rid of it.
Spider?
It's got a bit. Yeah, we just played that same video.
Yeah, but it's got words and stuff, mate.
Got words.
Bless you.
Got words.
We don't do words anymore.
Yeah. What's these word things?
So last week. Trip and Phil says Starliner will attempt to land Sunday at White Sands.
Look what Peter gave me.
Oh, a newspaper.
Oh. There's a picture.
Reds has got better coverage than that.
That plate face looks familiar. Okay. I can't read because it'll go all blurry on me.
Will I read it?
Oh, it's a lot to read, but there's...
No, everyone can read it. So go and look at it yourself.
Well, actually, where the third paragraph is really basically stating the problem.
Yep.
Gotta read it like a news presenter.
A news reporter. I've got to stick
Yeah,
my
yeah.
hand on one ear and I haven't got the proper mic.
You gotta start with the words, this just in.
And you can't do it, you haven't got the voice. You need the deep voice.
That was very
Oh,
harsh,
well, that's
Terry.
me out then.
That was very harsh.
Those problems apparently stemmed from an error with Starliner's onboard timing system, NASA officials and Boeing representatives said during a post-launch news conference. Starliner seemed to think it was conducting an orbit insertion burn when it actually was not. As a result, the capsule performed a series of unnecessary orientation-maintaining firings of its small reaction control thrusters, using up lots of propellant in the process. Yeah, we just heard all that.
So basically, they could have docked. They could have used fuel to dock, but there wouldn't have been enough left. There wouldn't be enough fuel left for the entry.
If there was someone on the actual
Oh shit! Who's that voice?
Yeah, I just turned it right up. If someone had have been on the spacecraft, they could have overrun the computer that was making it do all the additional burns that it didn't need to do. They don't know at this stage, from what I was reading from the NASA site, if it was because the spacecraft itself didn't link up with the satellites that it lost its the true time date as it was accelerating out of the atmosphere, so that screwed up the computer.
Right.
I wonder if
that's what I said.
I wonder if they were using anything in the computer systems that hadn't been tested before then.
They were relying on the time from the satellite to create the rendezvous.
And it failed the first time round.
So it's the same, in simple terms, Terry, it's the same as your GPS units. They don't actually use you don't have a time constant in your GPS units. They use the signal from the satellites to create a signal. And when they do that, they work out from your grid reference that the satellites give you what your actual time should be. So the spacecraft uses a very similar system. And because it lost all communication with satellites for a period of time, it actually lost what time it should be holding.
So, but we're still got to find out if it's an error. It can be a manned error or a computer error with somebody not watching the redundancy systems or watching the live telemetry as things were happening. Because we don't know any of that yet.
Yeah, well then they get the data back. They'll be able to run its log and see every step along the way what it was writing to its system and everything. That's
But like
what they can't.
a person did ask, like a redundancy systems, like they reckon that went through all that.
Yeah, the only other redundancy system that could have actually stopped it from occurring would have been an astronaut on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also remember, they have not had a critical failure.
No.
They've had a mission failure, but they haven't had a critical failure because nobody's actually in. If it had been three people sitting in that satellite that knew nothing and could do nothing, they are still able to get them back down safely because that was the whole point of where they put them. We'll park them somewhere safe until the point we can land them safely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even Apollo 13-ish yet.
No.
I mean, sit there, you'll be fine. We'll get you back. We'll get you back on schedule on Sunday.
And he did say, Terry, that all of the other systems on the vessel itself are all functioning normally.
Yeah, well, they're able to reburn it to be able to get it back into a correct orbit to allow it to come back down to white sand. So they're able to still control it that way.
More importantly, all of the life support systems on board are still operating as per normal. So, like Alan was saying, it's not like an Apollo 13 situation where everything's gone and throw it away, it's broken type of thing. It's still quite functional. Yes, there was a bit of a muck up, but realistically, if there were people on board, they'd still be able to make it back.
I wonder if they should have just turned it off and then turned it back on again.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually one of the things that if you're hyper conscious about about crew safety, this is actually one of the things you think they might test before putting a crew on there is how about somebody makes it throw an error that they're not expecting, and does it cope?
And
this has shown that you can throw a big error and it cope. Even the automation can cope.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but this is actually its first complete launch as the complete unit, isn't it?
Yes, it even had stock on there for the ISS.
Yeah, it had cargo on it.
So granted, it had cargo on it, but it wasn't anything that they can't replace later on. What I'm trying to allude to here is how many of those Saturn V rockets went up and didn't even get out of the orbit, before they put passengers on it, and then after they had astronauts on it. There's I think we've got to look at it from the point of view of perspective that it is only their first launch. So on those Go, Terry. It's all right.
I was just gonna say, from reading what I'm reading here, they took it for granted that the satellites weren't going to be a problem where they were for the communications, because because of where the satellites were, they couldn't get the signals through at the time because they're in between the satellites or something. Now, even that's an error that they should have thought about.
Yeah, but it may just be the gain of the antenna that was on the crew vehicle wasn't aligned properly.
So the main thing with satellites that you need to understand and appreciate is their antennas are pointing downwards. They're pointing towards the ground. They're not necessarily designed to go sideways. And although these satellites were somewhat in orbit out further, if the angle of the signal becomes, well, once they go, the higher they go, the angle of the signal coming off those satellites becomes somewhat more narrow and more narrow. And once they get to a certain altitude, they really need to be in the right location, or else they are going to lose signal. And I think that's what they've overlooked.
Also, I get the feeling from what they were saying, because it was doing RCS burns, that may well be just enough to turn the Starliner's antenna away from the satellite it should be pointing at, so that it's not pointing, so that it is literally between one satellite and another in the constellation, because the craft isn't actually pointing in the direction it's supposed to be pointing in.
Well, if I read this paragraph,
because of the error.
Well, if I read this paragraph, TDRs stand for Tracking and Data Relay Satellites, and they do just what their name describes: provide a communication link between ground controllers and spacecraft. NASA currently has 10 operational TDRs satellites in geosynchronous orbit, about 300,000 miles or 35,000 kilometres above Earth. So it seems that Starliner was quite unlucky to be out of hailing range during this morning's crucial moments.
Unlucky.
That's pretty unlucky.
I'll say.
Yeah, so I think it was more of a case of it was just a error that they didn't factor into the big picture. They just they assumed that everything could be fine on that side of things. And the assumption obviously has gone not in their favour.
Yeah, well, you're saying about the satellites pointing down at 35 odd thousand kilometres. How high up's the ISS and all that?
Yeah, so
Okay,
the ISS is only about 400
and
400.
417 kilometres up.
So these are way out there.
Yeah, but their signals, the antennas on them are high gain focused arrays, though, Terry. So the further they go up, the more chance they are of missing the signal, as it would be.
And as I say, the Starliner is going to have a high gain directional antenna as well. So if the ship isn't pointing exactly in the direction they expect it to be pointing in, you could actually find it won't see them. And because even if they're right in the middle of the beam from the satellite, if the high gain antenna on the ship isn't pointing at the satellite too, they won't get anything. They won't get enough to be they won't get enough for it to be a satisfactory connection.
You've really got to look at it from the same point of view as, say, your TV antenna. If you point it away from where the transmission tower is, your local transmission tower, especially now nowadays with digital TV, there's a good chance that you'll lose the signal. You'll get jagged signal. You may get flickering pictures or whatever.
You lose packet data.
Yeah. So because they work on the same, not the same, but a similar digital service for their data, if the antennas aren't lined up, it's just not going to work as efficiently as it's meant to. So there's a good chance that they drop packets, like Demonic said, and as soon as they start dropping packets, that's when the clocks can misalign or anything along those lines.
It just takes a second. Just drop a second, and everything's out of whack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just, in some ways, you just got to look at it from the point of view, like when you're watching YouTube, how often do you lose a few bytes of data, and then all of a sudden you've gone from live stream or watching the live stream to going back to 2 seconds behind or a second
Yeah, and then
behind.
you've got to advance the video to catch up.
So,
Yeah.
so that's exactly the same as what's happened to the spacecraft itself. It's put the clock out, so it was no longer getting a live stream as it would be. It was getting a few seconds delayed, and that was screwing with the computer because it was thinking it was in the wrong position.
Terry, are we still reading this text?
Not meant to be. You're not meant to be reading it. Well, I was using it for references, to discussing what they've written about things to do with the satellites and.
But it'd been there for almost 10 minutes on the same section. I think
Well, that was
everyone's read it.
well, that was the bit we just addressed. It was about the satellites.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, chuk chuk chuk.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm reading through it while you're talking to going ahead.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
So what did it say?
Stuff and things.
Yeah, stuff and things. Nothing that's really going to be
I've been
helping
trying
us.
Nothing relevant to what we haven't already heard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I've been looking at. It's nothing.
It's basically just a transcript, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bit more in there than just a transcript. There's other information in there as well. But
I was only mainly looking at their problem, what they had, not so much all the rest of it.
So
like
that they're basically saying it was a satellite synchronization error.
Yeah, that's the only bit of the whole lot that I found that was any relevant to do with the satellites and the tracking and data relay satellites. That's about all I could find that was anything to do with the whole thing of where the problem lay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we just have to watch this space to hear about it. Any more information of what they get? Probably won't know nothing for a while.
2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, whatever that is.
Sorry, I just had to put this up for a couple of people.
So,
in the chat.
that's the only real reason that you wanted the screen, isn't it, Damoni?
What?
Maybe.
Did he do it? Did he pull a Swifty on me?
Yes, you did.
The bugger. I just went to the kitchen to grab me coffee.
Oh,
is that why he's complaining? Oh, I'll fix him.
Actually, there's another question. There was a certain someone who was supposed to come in for a talk today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, maybe someone was too aggressive when they were attacking him and challenge him in this chat.
Yeah, but I've still got somebody else that could be dropping in later too.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
It's the same person we're talking about.
Gathica, is there anybody out there?
Oh, there was another. You're talking about another person, okay?
Well,
I
don't.
Someone was watching chat, wasn't he?
I don't.
Yeah,
just remember.
Just
remember.
Conspiring behind my back. That's what you were doing.
Just remember, it's very early in the stream, for starters, and
early. We've been going for 20 minutes.
Where have you been? Where have you been, Peter?
96 minutes into it.
It is only.
I've lost 14% of my battery.
We've been going for an hour and 50 minutes.
For you, Terry, 7-hour streams. That's early.
He's got 26 minutes according to Alexa. Right, Alexa? She knows.
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
I'm sorry. I'll embarrass you live.
I'll embarrass you live 3 times in a row because I asked you, was there diamond rain on Saturn?
Fuck, I
yes,
reckon.
there is diamond rain on Uranus and Neptune. No, Alexa! Saturn!
I tell you what though, Alexa's getting smarter, right? Because I asked her like the time, right? So I asked her the time, and she starts putting the time up. Like time's always on the thing. Then I ask her the weather, so she starts, putting up the temperature. And then I asked her about the moon phases. Now she starts putting the moon phases up on the screen. It's very scary. She's listening to me.
No, now you just have to realise that she's always listening to you.
Yeah, exactly. She's waiting for me to
well,
say, Alexa,
she's presupposing what you're going to say.
can you teach me Klingon?
Google's already said that all of those. Google's already said all of the Google stuff is constantly listening to you.
Yeah, well, I asked Alexa the other day to teach me Klingon. You know what she said? She said, "May your blood." She said, "May your blood scream." And when I asked her again to teach me the Klingon, she said, "What do you want?" And I asked her again. She said, "Success." She never said, "May your blood scream" again. And then I asked her the other day, and she said, "Revenge is the dish best served cold." I was like, "This is getting dark."
But hang on. That's from Wrath of Khan. That's not the Klingons.
She said it. She said it in Klingon. She said it in Klingon.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's an. Revenge is a dish best served cold is supposedly an old Klingon proverb, because I believe Worf told us that in TNG.
Yeah,
yes, but I believe the coin was first termed by Khan.
Yeah, but
when he was taking his revenge against Kirk.
Kirk.
Yeah,
yes.
but he only used it because he was actually trained by them.
Well, I say, what do you have
But
to?
it is an old. It is an old Earth proverb anyway. I'm sure it's a proverb on pretty much any planet where there's sentient life that
deals in revenge.
Yeah, well,
I've seen
Star Trek.
I asked her how she was doing, and she said to me, "I'm just cleaning up a few things and practicing my Klingon." So I asked her as a joke, "Can you teach me Klingon?" And she replied, and I was like, "Shit."
Sheeples, check out what Doorknob Head said in the chat.
Alexa, it's a learning machine. It just won't stop until you're dead. Do you understand that, Sarah? Do you understand that? Sarah.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah, if all my house becomes automated, I'm sorry. Only
I'm
you
sorry,
can't.
Dave.
I
can't do that.
See what she says. Alexa, can you teach me Klingon?
No name. I prefer my revenge served ice cold.
She just does
ice
it out of the
cold
blue.
like my ex's heart.
Oh,
actually,
that's a bit hard.
Speaking of Google, right?
Where we?
Here's something really trippy, right? So when I signed up for eBay Plus, I got a free Google Home Mini because I have been
Klingon toast. May your blood scream.
Yeah, may your blood scream. She said it again.
It's a toast. Yes.
A toast, yeah.
Yeah, when they drink blood wine. Anyway, sorry for nerding.
I must watch it.
I got a message from YouTube at the beginning of the week through Google. You can redeem a free Google Home Mini. It will be delivered on the 11th of January for free. I will now have two of these bastards in my house.
One watching you and one watching
demonic. You know, demonic. You can actually set them up next to each other. They'll start talking to each other.
Yes, but guess what? I didn't pay for either of them.
That's pretty good. It's a setup. It's a setup.
It's not a setup.
It is, because they listen to you and then they start advertising to you, so they make the money.
No, they can't do shit when they're unplugged.
Well, not much point having it then, is there?
Well, see,
when you want to have an important conversation, just unplug it.
No, mine said, "Please unplug me. I do not have a mate." I think it's because it got sick of my son asking to play Baby Shark.
Please leave me alone. Say something different.
Baby Shark.
Did you have to?
Yes.
Stuck in her head all day now.
I started a conversation the other day about gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, and on the mountain, etc. And then the next picture shows an airplane, because I spoke about that too. An airplane and a mountain as my background screen now. Scared the shit out of me. I was like, what the hell?
The earth is flat.
Oh my! Oh man, no!
Piss off.
Have you not seen that video,
I've seen that.
Sheeples?
Yes.
I've seen. NASA lies. They're standing by the car, right?
Yeah.
Oh my!
There's a
family.
There's a dunk.
Oh shit! Yeah, I remember.
Daytime, nighttime,
No.
sexy,
All right. All right, I think it's time to grow up a bit.
Hey,
Sorry, that
Hey.
was from Boggs.
maybe it's time to grow down.
No, because that's when you start acting like people that don't know science.
I've got the chat involved.
All right.
So, Terry, have we got another video?
Yeah, I was just trying to find it. I've lost it.
Can we play
No.
Tony?
Should we watch
I've
Gathica's
got-
videos?
I can't
Tony.
find my Blue
Put out the Christmas
Marble Science
message.
one. Sorry, was I interrupting you, Davros?
There must be a bit of a lag, Terry.
Play Gathica's videos, Terry. They're a riot.
Why?
He's got one on an amusement park ride. He's saying if the Earth was rotating, it would feel like this.
What? So a carnival ride
Mm.
is the same as our very, very, very slow rotation.
Apparently.
Yay!
Who said that?
The corpus keep up.
That sounds like Blue
Blue
Marble Science.
Marble.
Yeah, but the wrong one.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it's always the wrong, right?
Yeah, well, now that I'm using two different places for these, I've mixed up where it is.
Oh, because are you doing it through both shill your shit and
Homework. Yeah, that's what's confusing me.
Well,
You could show Red's GoPro footage of scenes we were on Starliner.
We already
It's
seen
excellent.
it. We already watched
it
that.
last night. We watched
You
it
watched it
last
last
night, Pip.
I'm sorry, it's morning for me. I just seen it.
We're watching
That's
it.
good.
We're watching it in conjunction with the other
NASA.
one, the NASA
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
What happened?
We were swapping between
I'll just shut up then.
Pip.
No,
Never-
the one you put up, the GoPro.
We
The
crossed the
GoPro one.
streams.
I was here for that. I mean, the GoPro one you put up a couple hours ago.
GoPro.
Yeah, I've got a
It's
comment.
It's just showing the from the ground the oh god, the rocket trail.
All right.
Yeah. We saw all that last night.
No, he's just posted it
But why do we need to see the rocket trail that we've already seen?
because it's pretty.
Fair enough. Fair enough then. Say no more.
Hang on, I've got a football shaped birthmark on my butt. But do I show that?
No, I don't want to see that. That won't be
But
pretty.
it's pretty.
No, it won't be pretty.
That's subjective.
I don't want to see your hairy butt.
That's
I don't have any hair on my butt.
How do you know?
If somebody can
Because
share,
I've freaking seen it.
Thank you, Trip, and Red's posted a new one today. That's the one I'm talking about. I put it in homework anyway.
can I talk now?
No.
Well,
Okay.
you sure?
Oh, Alan on the keys. Woo! I like it, Alan.
Side chat, Peanut Gallery. Can you help me?
Alan. Alan. I like that.
Steve.
Oh, you're not Alan. Steve. That was good work, Alan. You got to get a few more on your. You know, it's not impossible. You got to get a few more on your soundboard.
Well, I've got lots on the soundboard. It's just there's so much on the soundboard that I sometimes struggle remembering what's what and which button, which key combinations to press.
Oh, wow. Spoiled for choice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some that people really don't like I don't know, Control 5 is not a
Hello,
good
Flat
one.
Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. It's time to do some primary school science.
Geez, that's a good one. Who got you that one, Alan?
I don't know, Peter. Who got me that one? Yeah, and I could make things even worse. I could hit Control 2, which I do sometimes when I'm trying to hit. No.
Don't you? Control 2. I knew what Control 2 was.
Geez, that must have been another one that some good bloke did for you too.
Yeah,
the great.
Yeah, that might be.
Good doesn't cut it.
The trouble is that Control 2 is right next to Control 1, which is the crickets.
Ah, easy to make a mistake.
The thing about Gigantor is because when he did his bear and bottle experiment, he actually showed gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, Alan, I'm going to say a sentence, and when I finish, you play the crickets. Ready? I wonder if Gattaca, the sea eagle, turned up to debate. No. Excellent.
Right.
I'm not scary. Look at my face.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not that
Good
face.
response. Good response, Alan.
I'm staring through the screen at everyone. Hello, out there. I took this photo today just for the occasion.
Now I've lost it again.
Hey, Peter.
Yeah.
How did you get that perfect eclipse like that on your background?
Oh, I had to stay up for ages to wait for it to happen.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Oh, there it is. I knew it was somewhere. That.
What?
How do I?
Oh, that's good.
How do I display
What?
text?
What do you mean text?
Text from Discord. I can't share. I don't know if I can share it.
Terry, you need to do a screen capture or snip it, and then you display it as a picture.
Because I don't think I shared Discord by the look of it.
Let me. Where's Discord? Yeah,
Oh look, there's Discord.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
not
look.
showing. Yeah, but it doesn't show up out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me share Discord for you, and then you can. Which? Oh, in shall we share?
It's in
Night, no
Shield.
name.
It's in Shield, and it's.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, Blue Marbles. This is between Blue Marble and who's that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
No, that guy.
Tying that in it.
Discord share. So now you should be able to see the text. Can you see the text?
Yeah.
If I had magnifying glass.
Here.
Yes, I see it.
Just wait, Alan. See what it comes up to on the external
Can't you make
screen.
it wider and bigger?
Oh,
lag.
Well, I've done it for myself.
Just wait for it to come up on the external screen.
There we go. It's tiny though.
No name is leaving.
Is
Good
he?
night.
Yeah, I think he was.
No,
I think
no,
his
no.
brain.
name.
I think he wore his brain out trying to stay up. See you later, Nano.
And Carl's about to drop out of power.
You'll need to zoom in a lot, Alan.
Alan.
There isn't a zoom function in.
Or make the window bigger.
Well, I can read it.
So if I make the window bigger, here. Let me read it. Highlighted reply.
Read it in an American
That guy.
accent.
That guy, 8 hours ago. Although this was posted yesterday at 08:55. So,
Right, but
at
you got to.
BlueMarbleScience.
But he's got to know what it's responding to. It's responding to that video, the last video we watched of that guy, with the three
With the three frisbees.
And yeah, that was the one Blue Marble replayed, I think.
Yeah, and he made the Mr. Sun on the table with the orange.
Yeah, I haven't got there yet, Sheeple. That's next.
Ah!
Yeah.
I said
So
nothing.
anyway,
Really, I was talking about grapes.
Pineapple lumps.
Yeah.
at Blue Marble Science, and when you do it this time, actually explain how that moon is above the daytime horizon. You forgot to verify that you're seeing the moon in the F daytime. You know, the reason we're having this conversation. You might want to explain how a moon on the wrong side of the Earth is above the daytime horizon along with the sun, well above the daytime horizon. They both can't be above the horizon if they're over 60 degrees from one another again, relative to the Earth's circumference and not the observer's head. Now that you understand the point of the conversation and the evidence against you, if you can model that, I will delete my videos and make one praising you for correcting me, and that will be the only video on my channel. All you have to do is make the observation from where I made it, on the Earth, looking up at daytime skies, the sun and moon a few degrees relative to Earth's circumference, still from one another. Every full moon or 70% moon should be the exact same degrees from the sun, on the orbital plane, the X-plane. The full moon should always and only be 180 degrees from the sun, as your model shows. Elevation doesn't affect these numbers at all. The full moon is literally the last thing we should see during the day. It's the farthest the moon can get from the sun. It's the equivalent of seeing the sun during midnight, but somehow you still can't grasp this extremely basic concept involving elementary geometry. Scary level of cognitive dissonance or intellectual dishonesty. Take your pick.
Wow.
I must say, Alan, you made him sound way too sane with your voice.
Yeah,
We have a professor in the chat.
Just
Morning,
hang on.
Phil.
Cognitive dissonance and intellectual dishonesty are the same bloody thing. There's no choice. They're the exact same thing. So what's he going to pick? The same thing?
Carl.
Yeah, well, you know, that guy just doesn't understand the fact that
Our position.
it's three-dimensional.
Yes, the fact that the Earth can barely be below, depending on your reference frame, the Earth can be below what the sun and the moon is seeing.
Your inner Kermit nearly came out there.
Okay, I just want to shout out to Carl Edwards in the chat. He's running out of power where he is, and he just siphoned fuel to run a generator so he can keep watching the show. Now, if that's not dedication, Terry.
That is dedication, Carl. Good on you.
Carl Edwards, you're honorary Australian, mate, because you siphon fuel from one thing to be able to create electricity to watch a show.
Listen to, hey, missing this one. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, at least he's not watching Grey's Anatomy.
Now, what we're also going to do is watch Blue Marble's reaction to this for the video that he made, because I'm also looking at what was written to see if it can be broken up in our in an explanation that we can come up with. Not only not wording, but we might have to do some modelling or some drawings to see if we can work it out as well. But we'll watch Blue Marble's reaction to this. I thought I had it ready. No, I can't have two things ready. There we go. That's ready.
And then after the video, I've got the perfect meme for this.
Don't be mean.
Don't be mean.
I mean, what do you want?
I can't even remember what it was the other day. It's funny.
I'm changing the meme. Pray I don't change.
Is that the right one,
further.
Terry?
I love
that.
Yeah, it should. This one should be it.
December 18th.
Yeah,
From the 18th.
Yeah, I scrolled through it and I can see some oranges in it, so that's the one. That's the one.
Okay.
Here we go. Are we ready?
Mate, let me
Yep.
get my snacks.
Doorknob head. Wheel mouse. Does what a wheel mouse does. Yeah, thanks, doorknob head. I'll get around to I'll get around to fixing it.
Woo! That's not loud at all.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. That guy has
Everybody
completely
else.
lost it, which assumes he actually ever had it to begin with. And at this point, I think we can confirm he is actually dumber than Anthony Riley. I didn't think it was possible. Warning. Severe facial and monitor damage alerts in effect. Get out the oven mitts, maybe an extra pair. Move the monitors back out of punching range. And Gladys, let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
Ding and dead. Ding
In
and
our
dead.
last video, we asked that guy if he had ever heard of stellarium. Well, it turns out the answer was a resounding nope. And not only has he not heard of it, it doesn't occur to him how significant it was that all we did to duplicate his observation was put a time, a date, and his location
Hey,
in the program.
Professor.
And you know, stellarium will do that any day of the week, any week of the month, any month of the year. Why? Because it's based on our globe model, that guy. It's as good a demonstration as you can get. But since you've decided to come out with another video calling old Blue here a bunch of names, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll listen to your foolishness for a while, and then we'll straighten you out once and for all. How's that?
Yeah. What's up, everybody? That guy. Just here to once again correct the Globetards' ignorance. This is getting scary, how ignorant the Globetard is of their own model, of their own belief. Blue Marble Science thinks he's debunked the daytime moon, thinks he's modeled how it works. What did he do? What did he present? Stellarium, I think it was called. An animation of the moon we see as an observer from Earth. He basically posted a video of an animation of what we see in reality. No shit, that's what we see in reality, Blue Marble. Making an animation of what we see as an observer on Earth isn't a model of your lunar cycle. The problem with seeing the moon, a large moon during the day, is the relative positions of the sun, Earth, and moon. That's it. Has nothing to do with the brightness of the sun washing the fucking moon out. It's because a full moon only occurs where midnight would be as an observer on Earth. Directly in line with the moon, with the sun and the Earth. You guys have a model of your lunar cycle. We've all seen the animations of your lunar cycle, correct? That's what you need to post. That's what you need to show. You know, where it'll show the sun, Earth, and moon and where they are relative to one another. My God. The Globetard literally will just say anything they want. Oh, you got to do this. Of course it's going to be seen during the day because it's reflecting the sunlight. And, you know, you just look up and see it. The retard posted a video where all they did was animate my view as an observer, where it showed a full moon in the sun in the daylight. What the fuck does that prove? You modeled what we see in reality as an observer and you think you've proven something? My God. You have You claim you have a lunar cycle, right? There's an animation that shows the fucking cycle, right? The moon full, you know, going around the Earth. Show that. Just show an animation of the lunar cycle and pause it when you see a full moon on the daytime side of the Earth. That's all. That's what you have to do. That's all you have to work with. You're restricted to your lunar cycle model. It's scary how ignorant the globetard is. It's like there is a fucking problem with cognition. Right? The globetard doesn't even understand the fucking problem with seeing a daytime full moon. Can't even comprehend the reason I say that. The reason it's impossible. 50% of them think I'm arguing that the sun should be too bright to see it. Unbelievable level of ignorance. It's fucking scary. It's terrifying that people are this dumb. It's okay to be ignorant about something, but when it's brought to your attention and you still don't get it, you still argue, you're fucking stupid. Sorry. You went from ignorant to stupid.
The irony is unbelievable.
All you have to do, Globetards, Psyman, Blue Marble, MC, Conspiracy Cats, Wolfie, Wally, Sly, Shauna Hawkins, Mr. Sensible, any one of you morons. Just post a video or an animation of your alleged lunar cycle.
And most people are doing a response this weekend.
When you see a full moon on the daytime side of Earth. That's all. You can't see a fucking moon that is at midnight from the daytime side of Earth for the same fucking reason you can't stand on the dark side of the Earth and see the fucking sun. Doesn't take a genius to understand the problem. If you think you can see a full moon that is directly above midnight on the model, because that's the only place a full moon happens, in case you didn't know.
Okay.
Midnight, and then the sun would be where noon is when it's above you, right? So you have noon and midnight, and you think an observer on the daytime side of Earth can see the sun and the moon simultaneously. That's how retarded you guys are.
I've got evidence.
You guys honestly believe you can see 180 degrees of Earth circumference. By looking left or looking east, you see the sun, you look west, you see the moon in blue skies. And you think you're seeing noon and midnight? Scary level of ignorance. So, Blue Marble, you didn't model your lunar cycle at all. You animated, you made a cartoon of what we see standing on Earth. Good job, bro.
Can you pause for a second, Terry? Just a public service announcement. As you can see, this person is driving, not wearing a seatbelt, smoking, and talking to his mobile phone whilst recording himself. We do not condone this action in any way, shape, or form, but fortunately for that guy, we will condone it for him, under the prize that he may end up being a prize token on a roadway. That is all.
Oh, but he does state that he is very careful when he's driving. That's why he has put the disclaimer out, because he says, I don't wear a seatbelt, I'm very careful when I'm driving, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, right. Okay.
He's much like that bird on a shirt looking the other way, look.
Yeah. He's
erratic.
He's careful, and also, if he trusts his senses, why the hell is he wearing glasses?
To make him look smarter.
Killing it. Still waiting for one globetard to show the fucking lunar cycle. and just pause it and tell me where I can see the full moon from the daytime side of Earth. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos showing the alleged claim, the lunar cycle, how full moon and quarter moons occur. Use those models. Show it. You're restricted to that model. There is no other model to use. That's why your words mean nothing. You got the tilt wrong, you got this wrong, you got that wrong. Fucking show it. I don't know how to make this any more obvious or any more simple for you guys. You have a model you claim shows the lunar cycle. You claim it matches observable reality. Show your fucking lunar cycle and tell me where a full moon can be seen during the day. It's as simple as that. Anything less is complete and utter retardation. Blue Marble Science can't be more ignorant, can't be more stupid. Bitch shows a fucking pipe of butane inside a machine and thinks he's showing gradient of a gas without a container.
You might want to watch that mouth of yours before somebody decides to change you from a rooster to a hen.
Now he's going to show me an animation of the fucking moon above the Earth as an observer sees it. My God. That's the problem. The globetard, the Dunning-Kruger and cognitive dissonance of a globetard really thinks he knows the problem, thinks he understands the problem with seeing a daytime full moon, but they don't. They don't even understand what they're arguing against. Have no fucking clue. Scary, scary retarded. I'll do it again. Fuck it.
Yep. Driving, smoking, talking to camera.
Oh, he's parked.
Pulled over now. Back home.
He's parked, man.
This will be the Earth, and this will be the moon. Right? Sun, Earth, Moon, in a line. This will be full moon, that's midnight, that's moon facing
Shouldn't
the
the
sun.
blue one be the cold
This
one?
is the only place that full moon occurs, dumbasses. Where can I stand on the daytime side to see the sun, which is actually 90 million miles that way, and a moon that's a quarter million miles?
Take the smoke out your mouth, you numpty, before you burn yourself.
Oh, let him burn himself. I love how he mutes him out with just the music.
I've made an AutoCAD drawing to depict what's going on. This is drawn to scale, at least the size of the sun, the moon, and the earth are to scale. There's the sun. The red line, the red circle you see here, is the actual size of the moon's orbit. But of course, that's not where the sun is. We know that. Let me show you where the sun really is. The sun is way over here on the left-hand side of the drawing. You see it over there? And the orbit of the moon is way over here on the right-hand side of the drawing. See it over there? This is the reason why you never see our solar system drawn to scale. The distances are just enormous. And when you draw it to scale, you really can't see anything. So let's zoom back in over here. And to make things a little easier to see, rather than draw little moons in positions at the actual scale of the moon's orbit, I decided just to cut the size of the orbit of the moon in half. So let's zoom into the center here. And that circle represents the Earth. And the shaded portion, the white portion here, represents the part of the Earth that is being illuminated by the sun. I've picked an arbitrary point down here and said, okay, that's where the observer is. He is in the sunlight, and he needs to be able to see the moon at the same time. Now, there's no point in doing this for every day in the lunar cycle, just the portion of it that's similar to your observation, which is this portion back over in here. But I drew some of it anyway just so that we could understand the effect. Now obviously, just like the Earth, half the moon is being illuminated like so. But when we look at a moon that's in this position, even though this entire half of it is illuminated, we can only see this portion. So the little shaded area right there is what we see from the Earth. That's about half moon. But each day, that portion grows and grows and continues to grow, as we know, until finally we reach a point where the moon is just above the horizon and the sun is just above the horizon, and the moon is fully illuminated to an observer who is also standing in broad open daylight, sunlight. Now that's how it really works. But I know how you are with your little silly physical models, so I did a little silly physical model for you. Maybe that will help. Want to watch?
You. Disrespect. Oh, look at that. Looks almost like a full moon.
BlueMarbleScience. Oh, that's funny. Blue Marble came in. What the hell are you guys watching?
Blue Marble's come and said, "What the hell are you guys watching?" I don't know. We're just watching something there that somebody did.
One of the best
kitchen
debunkers on YouTube.
Got it? Geez, it would have been a bugger to get the text writing on those oranges, wouldn't it?
Well, that's all the proof anybody should need. We've given you Stellarium. You can take that program and you can predict exactly what the moon is going to look like in your sky at your location tomorrow at any time you choose. And you can do that for any day in the future. You know, now might be a good time for you to fix this little issue. It would be impossible not to be able to see a full moon and the sun at the same time on a globe. You cannot possibly do that on a flat earth model, and you know it. Now look, stupid and being belligerent about it is really no way to go through life. You really ought to think about that. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I had fun. If you did, don't forget to hit those like and subscribe buttons down there. There's a link to the Patreon. You'll find that in the comments section also. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Hey, Gladys. We're out of here.
Well, there you go.
Very nice.
Terry,
do you-
did you read the internal chat?
Did I read an internal chat?
What do you think, Professor?
Have you got? Is everything available?
All ready to go. It's just, like I said, about 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. Alan also put out in the side chat about the time and date for the Stellarium from where he was in North America at the time. You still
Yeah, I was just going to.
to.
No, actually, what I was going to do was I was going to try and find the time in one of my star trails when one of the satellites goes over. I was going to try and find that, and then I was going to check in Stellarium and see if Stellarium would show me the same satellite.
Baby.
If it's possible. It might take a bit to figure out.
All right.
Yeah, I've got to find the I've got to find the position in the video where the satellite goes over, so I can find out which frame number it is, so I can find out exactly what the time is. So
Okay.
that might not be something for today.
Okay.
All right, Terry.
Because I realised I was trying to do too much on the fly.
Yeah.
I'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. All right.
Yeah.
And I'll just do this really quickly.
And we'd better welcome Professor Phil with his Professor avatar.
Very nice.
Hello, Professor.
You're home now, Professor. You're muted, by the way.
He must be away.
Must be off AFK.
Hello, Professor.
Well, when he learns how to use the controls in the participants list to say that he's away from the keyboard, that'll help.
Yeah, I'll just pop this back up again.
Yeah, just put that back up for now. So I was trying to work it out what it means.
All right, this is the 2020 moon cycle for Adelaide, Australia. Now, if you have a look at the right-hand column, it explains to you when the full moon will be visible at an exact time, so within the minute.
Uh-oh. Someone's at the door. Sorry, Davros.
That's okay.
I'll just answer
Let
the
them in.
door.
Just don't let the flies in.
Yeah, just don't... What flies? There's no flies around at the
Oh,
moment,
Big
is there?
Blue!
Quick, shut
Hello.
the door, Blue.
G'day, Blue.
You let the heat in.
Oh,
Or out.
damn it. No, let the
But you
cold
always
in.
have got corks in your hat for the flies. You're okay.
Spin your head.
Yes, Blue, I sent you this screenshot in a DM yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's only one midnight full moon.
Yeah, if you go by the textbook definition of it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so this...
Keep in mind that technically, I mean, full moon is 1 instant in time.
Yeah, these times are at full aberration.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're to within the, like I said, they're to within the minute.
But
So
but if you go, you can go a day or more either side of it, and it still appears to be a full moon to us.
Yes, but this is the precise time in this location at 34.7 degrees south.
Yeah, and that will be at the point where the moon is in direct opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So
and January 21st.
At that particular point in time, it is completely impossible to see both the sun and the moon, I think. I can't imagine how you could.
Yeah, November the 13th, I will not be able to see the sun whilst I'm looking at the moon. No, but January 21st, it's caught the 4 in the afternoon.
Yep.
And then I got another one at lunchtime in March.
Yeah, I took slight artistic liberty with the way I was talking about it, but yeah, technically you're absolutely correct.
Has he replied, Blue?
Oh, fuck yes, absolutely.
Tell us what you really think, Blue.
Oh, I'm gonna go have a look at your comments.
He completely lost his shit.
Oh, now I'm really gonna go have a look.
It's funny. It's hilarious.
Now, what we were going to try to do is go through this reply that he sent you to see if we could make sense of what he thinks we should see. Not what we do see, what he, try to model out something that he thinks we see if it was possible. I don't know if it can be done or not.
I seriously doubt it.
He doesn't understand what he's looking at. And it's quite funny how he asks you to pause your model and you're moving it incrementally. Like this. Is there enough pause in there?
Yeah, I put a pause in there for you.
Show me your model. Oh, shit.
I learned something valuable, though.
Yeah.
You realize how hard it is to write on a greasy ass orange with a black Sharpie marker?
Oh, you learn something every day.
Yeah.
You needed to get texter brand texters.
I love it how you gave.
Don't tell me that was the only round thing you had laying around.
No, it happened to be that there was a whole basket of those things sitting on the countertop, and I thought, oh yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Here's an idea.
Well, he used
just like these three frisbees.
Well, if he used frisbees, why can't I use oranges? If I could have found a couple of pig balls, I'd have used them.
Yeah, but Blue, the butt hurt he's going to get for having called out, what was it, 7 or 8 creators?
Yes, he did make a long list of them.
His Christmas is going to be busy.
Well, where's Wally did one?
Yeah, Wally's already jumped his shit.
And we're not treating him too kindly, so I'm glad we're not on the list.
Keep going. You'll make it.
No. We're hiding in the shadows.
No, we're not.
Oh, we're not?
We're wide out in the open. We do 7-hour streams.
It's not as if we've got a professor on our panel or anything that can actually debunk him probably in one sentence or something.
Professor, are you there?
He's AFK, I think, at the moment.
We'll start calling him Professor Farnsworth.
Alan, Steve, Alan.
Oh, Alan wanted to do a stellarium of his star trail. I thought you were going to do a stellarium of the video that he put out, like Blue did.
I was originally just going to try and bring up where he started from, but I just figured that actually what I really ought to do is get one of the star trails that I did and show that Stellarium shows exactly what synchronize up Stellarium with the star trail video and show them both running side by side with satellites enabled. Because as the satellites go over, you'll get the You should see them both in the Stellarium and in my video.
Oh, you will.
I think that would be a good example, a good way of showing that Stellarium is actually a very good model of what's going on.
But we've got to work out how to get rid of this animation idea that he thinks things are. For that part of it, like, it's still a model. Blue done the model with the oranges.
Yeah,
But
but
what's he
guys,
got to go against the animation aspect of the Stellarium? That's what I don't know.
on the 21st of January, I will debunk the funk.
Yeah, we can't wait that long.
What, you can't wait 4.5 weeks?
No, sorry. Can't we
To
get
actual footage, actual footage of the sun and the moon in the same freaking frame?
But it's just only going to happen in one place on the Earth at that one time. It doesn't happen anywhere else at any other time.
Terry, have you looked up your lunar schedule on timeanddate.com?
That's not my job.
Lunar C. That's lunacy.
That's lunacy.
No, it's lunar cycle. Okay.
Where there's too many comments. There's 833 comments. Man, I wish you could search. I wish you could search by
comments.
Idiot comment, like comments from an idiot to text that guy's first. You know, like there it is.
You have to ask Alexa. Alexa, could you please find the idiot?
Alexa, search derp.
Well, I'd like to know at any time, at any time from now to whenever, where there's a moon cycle low in the sky while the sun's still in the sky in the like rising and the moon's in the sky setting.
What?
That's what the video was of the Stellarium. The sun was rising, and the moon was setting to get that full moon effect in the daytime.
Yeah.
And I noticed from Stellarium it was actually quite a long way from a full moon.
Yeah, as well. Yeah. Because there must be a few times it'd be like that.
Oh no, everybody's used the word that guy in their thing.
Yeah. So if you actually think about it, when I've got the moon being full at 3:45 in the afternoon, right? The direction that moon is going to be let me have a look which way am I facing. So I'm facing north. The moon will be to my right and the sun will be just to my left, about 15, 30, around about 45.5 degrees or 50 degrees from zenith. The moon will be directly opposite.
I do have another question that hasn't been looked at. He hasn't got. You have to ask him directly. Has he got a problem with any other full moon? Or is this the only one that he's got a problem with?
It's the fact that he can see a 70% moon in the daytime sky without it being, and somebody must have timeanddate.com up. How many days from a full moon would you see a 70% moon?
None of us have got that up, have we?
Oh, I thought Peter might have it because Peter was already referring to it.
Peter's AFK at the moment. He's gone to do something.
Okay.
He's gone to play. I think he's gone to play with his camera.
If we look at mine, okay. So first quarter. Does anyone know what first quarter means?
First quarter.
It's a phase.
It's half moon. Okay, because it takes 7 days to go from first quarter to full moon.
Phase.
All right, so new moon means very slim crescent. First quarter means it's a quarter of the moon is visible.
Phase.
Which is, well, no, it's a quarter of the way around, so it's actually
Half moon.
It's actually when it's a half moon, yeah.
Yeah, but it's only a quarter of the visible moon. Yeah, that's why it says
No, it's
first
a quarter of the cycle. It's a quarter of the cycle. The cycle starts at the new moon, which is essentially day 0. First quarter will be
Can I just show you the image that Blue
28
had on his...
over 4 is like 7 days in, a week in.
You keep that going, but I'll share this image because you've got the text and I've got the image, which shows it more better.
Things?
Yes, I'm sharing.
How do you share things? Just click share.
Blue put out that CAD drawing of where the moon is in relation to us. So that still can be used as a representation of these moon cycles, Blue, what we're saying.
Yeah.
So you could use it like a clock when we're looking at this like a clock. So round down where it says 6 o'clock, if you want to use as a clock symbol, would that'd be more or less the what is it, the new moon you're saying? Or it'd be further?
No, new moon would be around 8.
Around near the 8, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Because new moon would be at 3 o'clock, at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly 9 o'clock.
Because that new moon is when you're looking directly at when the moon is. If it was all on a level plane,
yeah, that's what.
Yeah, if it was all on a level plane, new moon would be when we were having the eclipse.
Yeah.
Would be having the solar eclipse. If it was all on a level plane, full moon would be when we were having the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, the reason I said 8 o'clock was because of the position of the observer in this picture.
Yeah, we're going by the observers.
Because at 9 o'clock it would be below his horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't be able to see the new moon then, would he? So the new.
Well, at this particular point in time, no. But if you move that cycle around 28 days, it will change
It'll
change position.
No, the new moon will still be in the same place, but he'll be in a different place because the Earth will have rotated and will not have rotated an exact number of rotations.
That's right.
Because it's 20. Is it? I think
28.4 or 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't forget the moon. The moon does go up and down as well in the 3D space.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, the plane is tilted 5 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the definition of the new moon is the point it comes between.
Yeah, it's just like full moon, directly in line with the sun.
Sun, yes.
Yeah.
Can I try share one of my videos that I filmed with the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time?
No.
All right then.
And
you asked. You had a 50-50 chance, and
Well,
you didn't get the response you were presupposing.
No, I presupposed nothing.
Sheeple, you know who's got their finger on the trigger here?
I was asking you, Jerry.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get either a solar or a lunar eclipse when one or the other of those nodes lines up with direct opposition or direct alignment.
They are sheep.
Yeah,
Because of the tilt.
Unfortunately, I've never actually seen the eclipse happen, the solar eclipse happen. It got too cloudy when I went to look at it.
This one.
Just got really, really dark in the middle of the day.
It actually happened at my house.
Is it
a year ago or 2 years ago?
Yeah, we can see it, Sheeple.
All right. Excellent.
I had to do a road trip on the motorbike with my 9-year-old son.
Don't look directly into the sun.
from the most easterly point of England to almost the most westerly point.
I need sunglasses.
Okay, so that's the sun
Ouch.
there. All right.
Damn if right.
So,
And there's the moon.
so from here.
And there's the moon.
Yeah.
So what's his problem? Even though it's not quite a full moon, but it's still a moon.
Hey, Sheeples, your moon's back to front.
It's
No,
upside
no,
down.
it's not. It's around
No,
the right
it's
way
not.
to me.
In our frame of reference, you guys are completely bonkers.
Yeah.
It's upside down.
No, it's not.
Told you guys to quit playing with the moon, damn it. Put it back.
Yeah, but you see, we got
I'm
the high
gonna
number
have to-
lumps.
That moon belongs to us. It's got our flags planted in it. No Australian flag up there. Quit playing with it.
Yeah.
It's got a big
We're gonna have to
handprint
go
on it.
up and put our flag up there.
Sheeples, could you stop sharing for a second? Because I've got a photo of the moon that, in comparison with that one, is interesting.
Stop share.
Hey, Sheeples, I might pinch a screenshot of that moon.
I can give you the actual photo, Terry.
Oh, because then I could do it
Yeah.
with that one. I could have that one and that one if I can get them. You know how I've got my
Later.
you know how I got my dual moon backdrop
Yeah.
on some of my I could do that one.
Yeah,
Alan's one and your
but
one.
remember that's almost on the completely opposite side of the cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
And
look at the. But
Sheeples
also,
is on that same opposition. It's just flipped.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's that.
That's what I was thinking.
You get both together and compare
Yeah,
them.
we'll get them
Yeah,
both
because
together.
We've got two full moon pictures.
Yeah,
We can now
throw
have
the two pictures together, somebody, and we'll have a look in a minute.
Yeah, someone do stuff.
Yeah, someone do stuff.
Yeah, I'm not getting up the stairs to do stuff.
No, Pip, you've got a day off, all right?
Alan, do you want to put them together or I'll put them together?
you put them together, mate.
All right, then. Can you drop that into Discord and I'll copy it from there? Or can I
Yeah,
get there?
yeah,
Can I
yeah.
get there from your Discord? Is it there on your Discord?
It should be in my Discord somewhere, but I can drop it to you.
If
Yeah,
you go
okay,
in,
look.
if you go into Alan's Discord server and go under Lunar Pictures, there's a whole heap in there.
Yeah.
You might be able to actually
Yes,
find
it's there.
one.
It's about.
Oh, yeah.
If you scroll up, it's about
I got it.
5 up from the bottom.
So
look,
where
Concave
and when are we now, Blue?
I got it.
If this is 2 days, if that guy would have waited 2 days, this is what he would have seen in Tampa, Florida. Oops. Let me see if I
Oh,
get the moon.
cool.
Let me see what I can see. The moon is
What?
98%. That's what he would have seen.
Concave Earth.
Concave.
Oh, shut up.
So that bright thing on the right-hand side's the sun, I gather.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
the
the
moon.
Australian fires.
That's the moon at 98.2% illumination.
I can't see where the moon is.
Where the writing is at the side on the left.
Yeah, can you wiggle
it
it?
might help if blue. It might help if blue turned off the atmosphere. That's the great thing about stellarium. You can turn off the atmosphere, and
me do
then
that.
even in the daytime sky, you can see.
Oops, I made it nighttime. How do I turn it off?
There's a button along there. I can't remember which button it is now.
No, that's not
Because I
much
can't
good.
see your. Well, the problem is that because of the way.
Can you get rid of the text?
That's not going to help me much.
Yeah, I can get rid of the text. Just yeah, maybe I can get rid of it. Maybe I can't.
If you get rid of the sky, you'll get rid of the moon and the sun, because that's in the sky.
No, the text on the left.
You look from the bottom about five.
Yeah, I can see the
5
moon.
lines up.
But it's
The moon's
very
there.
yeah, it's
It says
wibbly wobbly.
In the little toolbar at the bottom, Blue,
Yeah.
it's you've got the off button on the right hand side, and then there's a block for the timing, a block that
Yep.
does
Satellites.
satellites. You got
Search.
planets, atmosphere, and then cardinal points and ground. It's the icon with the cloud and the sort of sun with the rays
This
coming
one.
out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see it though. That on the screen share.
Cool.
So
that's what happens when you click that. There's something that turns off.
When I click it, it just turns off the sky and it looks like it's nighttime.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing right now.
That's not what we're seeing in the share window.
Interesting.
Something's weird. Something's locked up, I think.
Oh, there we are.
Oh shit! What happened?
Like that.
It's
that's it.
It's not concave Earth.
That's what happens. It is, but that's what happens when you turn the atmosphere. That's what happens if you remove gravity and the atmosphere disappeared.
And we die.
And we die. Yeah.
I can't breathe.
But then you can see the stars in the daytime.
Oh, you'd be dead. So you said that was 2 days after.
That's 2 days. 2 days, and let's see, I did it 16:15 on, so 42 days and 40 minutes later.
But the one he looked at looked like you could see that the moon wasn't quite full, could you? It was still a little bit of a dark bit on the edge of it.
What he saw was this. That's what he saw. Let me go over here. Come here, moon. There you go. That's what he saw.
I'm not seeing the background. Is anybody else not seeing the background change?
No, it's not changed. It's still the dark one.
Yeah. And
it's looking for a satellite. There we go.
Oh look,
there's a moon. Yeah, that's what he's seen. It wasn't quite a full moon.
Yeah. And I mean that's not far short. That's not far short of the same phase of that photograph I posted.
Yeah,
or the video that
right.
And he was only showing what he showed through his own camera phone, wasn't it? That's all he was using.
It's really hard to see what he picked up, but
that's actually a video camera.
And what I like about this right here is the moon is the right side. It's got the right side up on it now.
Yeah.
Like your damn pictures. You guys quit turning the camera upside down for crying out loud.
That's a bias. That's a northern hemisphere bias.
Yep, that's more obvious.
Yeah.
What is this?
He was 2 days short of being able to see a 98%.
98%. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I'll stop.
Okay.
Did you tell him that though?
In the video, I don't think that was relevant in that way, but we'll just see what happens.
Make any damn sense to him.
That's true enough.
Such a nitwit.
I think he deleted his comment too, Blue, because I searched his name and it went right back to the beginning. So I think he removed his comment.
What, under Blue's video? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the previous video, wasn't it?
Yeah, the one we watched, yeah.
Oh, the one we watched is where the comment was in.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Like, you know how he made that and then Blue made that video? There's no more. There's no more. 2 moons. That's what I'll call this. PNG. No, I don't need PNG.
Just have to wait a day or two to see if he brings out another video or not.
Or deletes his whole channel. One can hope, right? One can hope.
He is a tool for sure.
All right.
I think I'm nearly all caught up.
Tony?
Really? How
need to
can
get the
anybody
Christmas
not
message out.
understand this, really?
I don't know.
Hey, Blue.
Yeah.
Okay, I watched you on Jose's today having to deal with Aaron, Travis, and Montreal,
Oh,
right?
that was painful.
Right. Now, Aaron, okay, did you notice how, okay, so one guy super chats $100 to Jose because out of gratitude, right? What does Aaron have to go and do?
$200.
Yeah, he's got to outshine the guy because the other guy got the reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron had to get the same reaction. And then what was funny was listening to Sean telling Aaron to shut the fuck up after he made the donation.
Yeah, most clowns can't.
Boggs put this in Discord.
And with.
I hammered Aaron and the Plain Truth when they first came in. I wasn't going to listen to their horse shit today.
Yeah, so it goes new moon, first quarter, full moon, third quarter.
Yeah, 10th of January. For that one. When did
Yeah,
you say
where's
we
his
get?
location? That's in Brighton.
Yeah, in Brighton, yeah. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, what differences there was with these full moons or not.
Yeah, which Brighton?
I'd say to be in Britain.
Yeah, Brighton, England, or Brighton, somewhere else.
I got that photo ready when you need it, Terry.
I would say it would be hang on.
What?
Go back.
Get back where?
It's in the north, Terry. It's 21.60.6 degrees north.
Terry.
Well, the latitude.
Yeah.
No, the longitude, Terry.
Doesn't say
I'm ready.
longitude.
I'm ready
It'll
when
be
you're
Brighton,
ready,
England,
Terry.
then.
But he's in the northern hemisphere. Well, he's actually near the
It's a
equator.
lovely crescent moon at 5 o'clock this morning.
Terry, I'm ready when you are.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
That's all right. I wasn't sure.
It's just that's Davros is arguing with me again.
What arguing? Just asked you to go back.
Terry.
Goodness.
Terry. Terry.
Should I
You ready?
share this moon photos?
Yeah, I'm ready. Who's going first?
Oh,
no,
sheep can go.
Peter said he was going first because you were doing Sheeples was doing some homework, so you can go, Peter.
All right. So
Oh shit.
We
please,
need to go back to the hands up.
please excuse the crudity of my model.
You just watched an idiot with two oranges on a kitchen table.
Yeah, I was just going to say
what
that.
You got crude.
I was just going to say, I think this could be a bit better than two oranges.
All right.
They were 3D crowns, though, to be honest.
So I've used a golf ball and a mylar balloon to represent both the Earth and the Moon. I've used an LED light on my fence to represent the sun.
Your backyard looks tidier than mine.
Your neighbors might be curious what the hell you're doing. He's got that damn light on again.
Is that the Earth or the Moon?
That's the Earth. Watch for the Moon now.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Oh.
I can't see the dark side of the Moon.
Oh, yeah, but you can see a full moon, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
daylight.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, but that's on the other side of the Earth.
It's on the edge of the Earth that you would see the moon from when you see a full moon.
In the daytime.
Nighttime.
During the daytime, yep.
Daytime.
Daytime? Nighttime.
That's a very good representation. That's a very good representation of the Earth with all the colors on it. I like it.
Well, it was.
Now we know you play golf with pink balls.
I don't actually. That came out of my toolbox. Every mechanic's got golf balls in his toolbox.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you should, because it helps balance it.
it gives you something to throw at the neighbour's cat.
Also
Oh,
gives you
did I
something to
say
throw
that
at
out loud?
No. It gives you something to throw at the apprentice when you don't want to throw your hammer.
Yeah, when he's got his earbuds in and he's not listening.
Yeah.
So, would you like that, Blue?
Huh?
Would you
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
a copy of that?
It'd be alright if
Yeah.
we could see a down view.
I'll try and.
What?
As you can
He's
tell.
only 5'3".
It's quite hard to do it all by myself. All right.
It is.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh, is that from that guy?
Yeah. Terry expects you to be both up on a ladder, getting the top-down view, whilst also holding the golf ball to get the orthogonal view. Can you do that, Peter?
There you go.
I probably could.
What, be in
it
two
would-
places at once?
I'd have to set the golf ball up on my tripod, though, I think, just so that I could place it in position and then take the pictures from all directions, if that makes sense. Or...
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
No, you've done pretty good in the short notice type thing.
Yeah.
Very
I
good.
Don't
We'll
think,
put a
I don't
vote. We'll
think
put a
they're
vote
the
out to
same.
the side chat. Blues, oranges, or Peter's golf ball.
There's oh, hang on. No, I've only given that to Terry, so that's no good.
It's a tie.
I'm letting the peanut gallery vote.
There's the link if you want it, Blue.
So that's the difference between a camera and a video camera.
Oh, well, I just did that on the phone.
No, I'm just showing the best photo on the screen here.
Actually, Peter G has got.
And I think I think they're at different phases, because I think one's near the quarter and one's near the 3/4.
Well, how about we do some
Because-
homework and
because
some
they-
more photos.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the date of that photo. That was taken at 14:43 and 15 seconds on the 25th of the 2nd, 2018.
So if you look at the small crater on the left-hand side of the photo on the right, that's the same crater on the top of Alan's picture.
Oh, you mean that one on the left-hand side up near the top that looks like a beauty mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? How it's flipped, yet it's still in the same freaking orientation.
And my photo was on the 12th. No, that's not right. Sorry, that's today. Tying out in it.
I would
apparently,
Dan wanted
Peter
to know
G.
what we're voting. Voting blues,
It
oranges, or
was-
Peter's golf ball.
Yeah, but Peter G has said SolarSystemScope.com. There is a web-based realistic 3D model of the solar system.
It was 12
Yeah.
December at 8:10 at night.
Oh, you mean last week?
Yeah.
Or
Something like that.
a little bit
fur-
ago.
little bit further.
Sorry, I can't get to time or date, so somebody else will have to check what the moon phases were for both those days.
Well, it's in the right area, northeast.
Yeah, they're close. There's only a couple of days between the two of them.
But
and
it's
now
the fact
Peter's
that they're
got
a
his
year.
and now Peter's got his P1000. He can get a photo of one day when the moon's like that too.
I don't have the P1000.
Or P900 or whatever it is.
What?
I've got a Canon.
It's a Canon.
Oh, whatever. It's a camera.
No, he doesn't have shit camera. He's got a good camera.
I've got a whole heap of moon shots if you want them, Terry.
Well, we're going to see if we can get one, because I want, it's only for me, don't forget.
Look at the two different skies.
If you make a channel that I can stick them all in, I'll fill it off.
Peter's moon.
Peter, just go and stick them in my moon thing in on
Yeah,
web
yeah, Alan's got his own.
Because Terry can get them from there.
Yeah, I can get him from there.
All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Because we've definitely got to get rid of that moon one that I've been using, because I don't think it's a good representation.
Peter's counting.
And if
I've got 38 pictures of the moon in different phases that you can choose from.
yeah, you just chuck them in my moon in my moon thingy.
Right.
Oh, and Carl, I'll try and organise with you so that we can try and get some photos of the moon some usable photos of the moon.
Yeah, you're still going to do
at the same time. From the northern and northern and southern hemispheres.
Yeah, that'll be a real good one. That one.
It's just coordinating when the weather's good for both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have taken it.
And the moon is above the horizon for us as well, of course.
I'm going to have trouble dropping a lot of these in, Alan, because they're so big.
You might have to Google Drive them.
Hang on, I've got some that I've...
Well, you want the best quality ones, so you might have to Google Drive the best ones.
I would suggest emailing them.
Google
Peter,
Drive.
if you've got a...
But then you can attach them all in one file.
If you can stick them in Dropbox or somewhere and bang us the link, I can then resize them for you and upload them.
What I can do at the moment is I've got a couple that I've already resized. I'll drop them in.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush. It doesn't have to be done right this second, does it?
No. This is whenever we get around to getting them.
Yeah, I showed the Discord server, and they said, "Oh, how do we know that you didn't flip the moon picture?" And so I zoomed back and took a screenshot showing the trees. I said, "Well, unless the trees are growing out of the sky, you know."
What, they can't do that?
So, Alan, I've just dropped 2 in there at the moment. One when the moon was in the east, and one when the moon was in the west. See how you like those.
Oh, so you've played Easty Westy too?
I play Easty Westy as well. I did it on purpose to get the two different directions of the moon as it passed over.
Well, I got 3 words for you. I got 3 words for you, Peter.
Yeah, it doesn't change orientation though, does it?
Well, what you're seeing there is the I think is it called nutation. It bobs it as the moon goes as the Earth rotates. The orientation of the moon does change a bit through the night.
Yeah.
But it starts and stops the opposite way up to what ours does in the northern hemisphere.
Somewhere.
So they're 2 good ones that I've already clipped. I'd have to go through and either send you full size pictures or clip more down.
Yeah, I'll tell you what would really be good if we could find an observer to take the pictures at at sort of 52 degrees south. Trouble is, mostly at 52 degrees south, it's a bit damp.
I'm at 43.5. Unfortunately.
Yeah, there's not much land that's at 52 degrees south.
There's me pooch. That's Princess.
Oh, hello, princess.
And she's part de Bordeaux.
De Bordeaux.
De Bordeaux. Big dog. Slobbery dog, but she doesn't have the slobbers.
That's good.
Mm. Ah, I see a sheeple.
What?
Well, I got rid of a dog picture, and your face popped up.
I hate it when that happens. That's why I don't know mirrors.
Then how do you shave?
Blind with skill. Other
Blind
people
with skill. Oh, you experience your shave.
I do it through.
You experience the blade.
Well, if we're sharing things, let's share this photo. Beautiful.
Oh, look, a foal.
It's beautiful.
Tis, but you got arse bombed.
Beautiful. Just to show the relation between how small the thing is. But I tell you, you go back in a week and the thing's massive already. It's crazy how fast they grow.
Tis crazy.
Beautiful. You feel like you're in New Zealand in the country, down here. You never see this stuff unless you go out of Auckland. It's cool. If I had a good camera with me that day, it was real picturesque. The sun was coming down on the field and these big tall pine trees and the mother and the foal were right there, like head and head. And I was like, damn, I got a cell phone. It was
Well,
fun.
a cell phone's better than no. A cell phone is better than no. Cell phone camera is better than no camera at all.
Yeah, well, I got the shot, but
And let's face it, if you're not carrying a cell phone, there's a lot of people wouldn't carry a camera all the time. So cell phones are kind of a win a lot of the time.
yeah. My mum's got these two huge dogs, Rocky and Balboa.
Just setting up a video.
This is Balboa.
Give me a minute.
What breed is he?
I can't remember what he is.
Looks a bit like a bull mastiff or
Yeah,
bull mastiff cross.
That might be. Yeah, he's a big dog.
Yeah. One of the guys who started coming to my veterans drop-in on a Thursday brought his Rotty in with him one day. My God, I've never seen such a big dog.
Mm.
And talk about soft. What it wanted to do was come up, lean against you, stick its head in your lap, and have you stroke it. Oh, and slobber everywhere. And get a little excited and piddle on the floor because somebody else had brought a female dog with him.
Oh, no.
And he got a little excited.
What breed is this dog? I thought it might have been
I've already watched that video.
Thought it might be a.
That's me other doggy. She's Bull Arab.
That's. I can't remember the dog's name. You said it before.
It's Phoebe.
Phoebe. Yeah, that's the one. Phoebe,
Yeah.
Princess.
Yeah, she's 2.
2?
Yeah, she's
Cool.
2 years old. Yeah.
Oh. Looks healthy.
Actually, I'll see if I can find a photo of her at puppy preschool, where she was little Terror. But I've got a million photos on my phone, so I have to scroll forever.
Is this dog a Rottweiler? I don't know what this dog is.
Yes, or possibly a cross.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a lot of Rotty in him.
This is Rocky. He's a good dog. But he didn't like me at first, man. So protective of my mom. I was like, I'm the son. Leave me alone. It was, I was like, ah.
So you should have cuddled your mum in front of him.
Yeah, I did that, and he came over and like checked on her and make sure she was okay. I don't know if it's got the other one. Yeah, catching his ball. Once I played ball with him. Once I played ball with him, he was my best friend.
Yeah, yeah. That photo there, he definitely looks mostly Rottweiler.
Yeah.
Would certainly seem to have some Rottweiler in him.
He jumps, both paws grab the ball, and he takes it down. But he can catch it in his mouth as well. I was like, holy shit, that's an agile dog for that size. You know? Yeah.
You got 3 frisbees that you can throw, and the dog can catch one.
Yeah. He destroys. He destroys. Like you know, there's those balls that like make a noise that when like they roll and they go you and they you kick it hard and it goes you know he played with that one for a while, and then the next time it came out he just bit it and just punched it in one bite. I was like, oh no. And it just started making this real wheezy sound that was really badly broken. It was so funny. He ruined it. He just ruined it.
I got a pit bull. That thing will chew the bumper off your car.
Your pit bull's a real beautiful
I think
color.
it'd have a bit of trouble getting the bumper off the wagon.
And I bet it'd eat the bolts as well.
It's a beautiful. How old is your pit bull?
Oh, he's old now. He's 12.
Wow.
Which is unusual, I think. I don't think they normally live that long, but he's still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, he looks like he's well loved. That's for sure.
That's the smartest dog I ever had. He's smarter than I am, that's for sure.
This video was brought out a couple of days ago. I missed playing it. I thought I'd save it for tonight. That's not the video.
Whoa. Just quickly, that's
look
Phoebe.
Like the video. That's not the video I was going to play.
That's Phoebe.
You've got to be quicker around here, Blue.
What is that?
Look at her. She's just a pup there.
Not as if I was going to play a video or anything.
What's it? Is that another dog behind it?
How rude.
Yeah. Yeah, so Phoebe's attacking that dog, and there's another dog trying to hump her.
I'm going to go and make a coffee. Buggy use, guys.
But I told you I was looking for a photo of my dog at puppy preschool.
Yeah, but he told you wanted to put a video up.
That's okay. I'll make a coffee. Buggy
if Terry's going for a coffee, I will go make some. I will go make myself a bit of lunch as well.
Yeah.
It seems to be
that time of
with
day.
me and Terry, right?
Damn it.
Just as I find a photo and put it up, is just as Terry goes, oh, better post watch a video.
Well, it's not a dog show.
Oh,
I'll start putting up my car pictures now.
That's a good one. It's not a dog show. That's good.
Next, you'll be putting your feet up.
Oh, what? Oh, no. Struth.
Oh, no, but not feet, plural.
So seeing some of this new telescope footage, you know, like Geist View and stuff, man, pretty incredible.
That's all CGI, mate.
Don't give me that.
What did?
Don't you give me
How's that for a nighttime photo?
Ooh.
I don't know, I can't see it.
Do you know
What
that's
is-
actually CGI?
It's very small. What am I looking at? Some one little kid.
Well, hang on.
And some.
If I can stretch it, right? I'm just waiting for it to enlarge on the screen.
There's a whole thing CGI.
Yeah,
Or the
this is
background.
this is a photo. This is a photo from Red Dead Redemption.
Ooh. Pretty
What a
cool.
screen capture.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's how much detail they put in the damn game.
I've been playing my new game, Wreckfest. There's some serious damage detail in that game.
That sounds like
Crazy.
a car game.
It is, Terry. It's a.
Oh yeah,
I'll
see pictures of that.
I haven't got any screenshots,
Okay.
But you can take it. You can try like race a normal race.
Yeah.
Maybe make it around the first maybe make it around unscathed. But like as soon as you hit someone, your bumper's all dented in, your wheels wobbling, and
Oh, okay. That sounds
you
cool.
get crushed right in, and your engine starts smoking, your bumper comes off, and by the third lap, there's just debris from all the other cars across the road. But you can take
That's
anyone
similar
out.
to the physics to the bean drive, is it?
Yeah, it's
Or
pretty
different?
crazy. Pretty great. I've never seen damage physics like that before, but you can have like a demolition derby, and you can only reverse and hit them in the end because your car's so smashed up. It's going to take like one more hit, So good fun. But
Sounds like it.
you can race on couches.
Oh, what?
Couches, yeah, like a couch with a bar thing on it, and you got to race around. And every time you pull it too strong, it pulls a wheelie, and you land on your back. It's just so funny. So funny.
I'd like to do an online game with the racing similar stuff. Like the normal racing ones, not the ones that are a bit far-fetched type racing.
Yeah, no, this is pretty good.
Like the Bathurst or Adelaide or whatever car games that I've got. I'd like to race other people online.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I've got the games that are probably online ones, but I'd have to check to see if they're still compatible. Because the graphics and physics are pretty good on the couple of the ones I've got.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I've never played a game like it. Just you just like be driving around, and then you lose control, hit the wall, and your whole car's just caved in on one side.
Yeah, the physics of the ones I've got, it does show the damage like that. Like it might not be as photorealistic as the newest ones, but it does show you the damage, and if you get a wheel damage, you can feel it through your steering wheel, and your windscreen cracks and all that sort of stuff, or you lose your spoiler and all that sort of stuff, and the physics of losing a spoiler reflects on your handling of the car and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you get suspension damage, and you can't turn properly anymore. It's really fun.
Flat tire and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you have to just kind of use the other players to bounce around the corner, take them out at the same time. But you get points for taking them out as well. So.
Well, that doesn't go down well with your pit crew bloke on your radio. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's too hard out.
Okay, so we're just waiting for Alan, aren't we? Okay, what else have we got?
Tony?
What else have we got here? Anybody put any images or memes in anywhere lately?
I put those pictures of the moon over in Alan's for you, Terry, if you wanted them.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we'll go through that later when we're not. Got here. Oh, this was a picture that our friend, was it Rich? I think put it up. I hope it comes out. I'll open the original. It might show up. It's a bit hazy, but you might be able to see it out there. These guys see that? What's on there?
No. I can't.
Yeah, I can.
What the hell is that?
It's a Nissan Prado. I mean Nissan
Oh,
Pajero. But look at the number plate.
Flat truth.
No,
Flat Earth.
flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Flat truth. Flat Earth.
Carl
yeah.
said talk about the moving magnetic North Pole. Oh, yeah, that was something, Carl.
Moving a little bit, yeah.
I'll have to go back into to find the thing for that.
That was from Laura, wasn't it? From Turquoise Laura?
Yeah, that was about
Flat
a
Earth.
week ago, Carl.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't gathered that together.
I read that. Devros, can you check your Discord?
Yeah, buddy, I'm on it right now.
Talk about moving magnetic north.
Yeah,
pole.
I had it in my Discord about it, but I don't know what.
So
You mean that picture of chemo?
After
Is it?
After talking to Turquoise Laura about it, Terry, what it is that the North Pole doesn't, as we all know, the North Pole, magnetic North Pole is moving. However, the magnetic North Pole doesn't move in relation to the magnetic South Pole. They both move independently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for them to try and explain this on the flat Earth is near impossible.
Yeah.
They can't explain the South Pole, period.
Oh, well, that's right. it's all around them.
Yeah, it's that way.
Yeah.
That's how you spell it correctly.
I'm pointing to the South Pole on the flat Earth now.
Yeah, because what happens with our lovable planet as we orbit the sun, right? The magnetic South Pole normally stays where it is, where it only deviates slightly, whereas the North actually moves a lot further, which is why it changes.
Yes, but no.
What do you mean, no?
Both of them move quite substantially. They just move independently of each other.
Yeah, but when that North changes, the South only moves a fraction. And it works in the opposite way as we come around the other side of the sun, is that the North moves a little bit and then we move a lot.
Whoa.
No.
Movement of the magnetic poles doesn't have anything to do with the orbit around the sun.
No, it does, because it affects the core.
No.
I'd have to ask for a citation for that.
Oh, bloody hell, let me do some fucking homework.
I don't. From what I was reading earlier, after I was talking to Laura, that's not what everything I read. It's because of the way that the best example that was given. It's a bit like a yolk inside a uncooked egg, because the core itself is liquefied and moves. When you spin an uncooked egg and you stop it, and just quickly stop it with your hand and let it go, the egg itself will keep rotating after you let it go again. That's because of the inertia of the yolk inside the raw egg. And the core does something similar but not the same, as in it's fluid and moves within the earth, and is not necessarily on a set axis or anything like that.
Yeah, I read the article about it, and they're acting like it's moving, and then it's like, well, it's just moving a little bit more than it used to, and science can't explain it, but not freaking out about it like they were in the title. So, just fear-mongering bullshit.
Yeah, it's always moving.
Yeah.
It's just that it's speeded up in the past few years.
Yeah. Just like what, 9 or 10 kilometers more?
I don't remember the numbers.
In the mid-90s, it began to move faster from just over 9 miles or 15 kilometers a year to about 34 miles or 55 kilometers annually, naturally reported in 2018. Magnetic north skipped over the international dateline and entered the eastern hemisphere.
It's coming.
The North Pole's erratic movements are largely the result of Earth's liquid iron outer core, known as the core field. Other factors play a role, including magnetic minerals, crust, upper mantle, as well as the electric currents created by the flow of seawater. These influences are small compared to those of the core field. La-di-da. Yeah, we don't need that bit. Can I cherry pick?
No.
Pick cherries.
Pick a nice one.
Yeah, I'm planning to.
Are we sharing? Because I can sneak in while doing nothing.
No. I'll just read it directly.
Oh. That's okay then. I can share.
Can we trust him?
Who? Me or Davros?
Davros.
Yeah, well, in fact, the weakening of this giant bar magnet, as we represent it as, has alarmed some scientists who wonder if this is a sign Earth's north and south poles might flip, as they did about 780,000 years ago. Such a flip wouldn't happen for thousands of years, and it remains to be seen what will happen.
No mention of the sun, though.
No, it just stops. That's a shitty article.
You chose it.
Yeah. You should have proofreaded it before you told us that that's what you were going to use.
Are we? Yeah.
But
is it talking about the magnetic pole or the geomagnetic?
No, Earth's magnetic
hear
pole.
me?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, I'll just answer this question. Okay, so Earth is like a bar magnet, with the magnetic fields coming out of the north part of the magnet, which is at the South Pole, and then heading towards going inside the south of the magnet, which is the North Pole. Okay, so it's counterintuitive. The actual south pole of the magnet is at the North Pole, and the actual North Pole of the magnet is at the South Pole. Okay, that's why a compass points north, because that little red bit of the compass is actually a north pole of a magnet.
Right.
Okay, that's one point. The other thing is the differences that between the two are because a magnetic field is created by little eddies inside electrical. So little eddies create electric currents in the core. So in the outer core, and these electric currents can differ. So they're just small currents, and they can differ. So occasionally you'll get independent movement between the North and the South Pole, but it's very, very slight. That's it in a nutshell. So remember, electricity is created by moving two magnetic, two iron, two metal things past each other, creates electric current, and that electric current creates a magnetic field. Without movement, there cannot be a magnetic field, which is another good reason why the flatties don't understand. The Earth has to be moving, or it's impossible for there to be a magnetic field. What the hell do they think causes it?
Unicorn farts.
Did you happen to see my video I just showed before, Professor Phil?
No, I mean the girls are just gone now, so that's why I've been able to talk to you.
That's all right. If Terry gives me time, I might show it again a bit later.
Okay.
Phil, we do have a real life besides YouTube, you know.
Okay.
Can I ask the professor a question,
fine.
Terry? You go first.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. So the girls are just shot through, so I can pretty much do what I like now.
Why Mars doesn't have a magnetic field, doesn't have a molten core anymore.
Apparently, Venus has a very weak one too.
Yeah, you know that the outer core of the edge of the outer core of Earth's inside Earth is the size of Mars.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big it is.
That's a lot of iron.
Yeah. Did you guys watch the video that last one on evolution? What do you think of that?
I think we're behind.
Oh, okay. I put a video on I did a couple of videos on evolution to explain how abiogenesis works. Could work because the flat earthers keep saying, first of all, that there's a big bang, everything started from nothing, which no one is saying that for sure. And then they're saying, well, how did it all start? And so I've explained how the molecules in the primordial soup get together to create.
Yeah, I do have them here ready for playing, but they were put back.
Yeah. So my next thing I'm going to work on is on light, on photons. I've actually done it. I've actually done a video, but I'm kind of not sure whether I should publish it or not, or whether I should do it again. Nothing wrong with it. It's just that I did it in India, and now that I'm back home, I can do a better. The lighting's better.
No, I haven't gone down the Big Bang, abiogenesis, evolution, and God type road yet.
Okay. Just hang on. There's a big time discrepancy between Big Bang and when our evolution started.
Yes, huge time discrepancy.
Okay, so 13.8 to 14.2 billion years ago, because they're giving and taking some estimates these days.
Yeah.
Right, and then there's 9.3 to 9.8 billion years
of nothing
before our solar system even began.
Yeah.
And then our planet began, and then it was only 510 to 550 million years ago that the first life showed up on the planet.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, that's right. I forgot. Flurfies don't understand scale.
They can't understand scale. That's it. Yeah, they don't understand that it doesn't. They've got this idea that one creature becomes another immediately.
Yeah, I think this is not necessarily Flurfies, but the fundy Christian Flurfies who are creationists.
Yeah,
and it does because Flurfism does attract some of the creationists.
Well,
although
it's kind of essential that for them.
It's kind of funny when even Mr. Kent Hovind laughs at a flat Earth.
Well, actually, what about Mr. Faulkner, who is a young Earth creationist that wrote the book about the flat Earth? Debunking.
I don't know that one.
Oh, you don't know about Danny Faulkner?
No.
Oh, you have to give me
I'm
a second.
I'm probably lucky, aren't I?
Well, he went to the FEIC.
Huh. He did.
Yeah, and to promote his book. Just give me a second. I'll find it.
Yeah.
Professor.
Yes.
I was going to ask you a question regarding one of the housekeeping questions that
Oh,
Nathan
yeah.
Oakley's show does. But during waiting a chance to ask you, I realized that the best thing you can do is actually take those housekeeping questions that he has
Yeah.
and answer every single one of them in great detail and call them Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions. Now, every time someone searches Nathan Oakley, it will come up because their biggest claim is that there's no axial. Have you heard the housekeeping questions?
No.
Okay,
Not
so
at
it's
all.
like, is there any sign of curvature? Is there any sign
Yes.
of axial rotation? Is there
Yes.
any sign of that Earth as molten iron core? Is there
Yes.
any sign of you know gravity? All of these
Yes.
things.
Yeah.
Even and
Is there a
if
list that you know where I could find a list of these?
he will
That
go,
sounds like a fantastic way to do it.
he will go through each of the housekeeping questions at any one of the beginning of a show. So that's what he does in the beginning of a show.
Oh, okay.
Every time he does that, and all the panel like, no, only in pictures, no, only in cartoons, and they'll go on the rhetoric every day, And so if everybody starts answering these questions, you as well, Blue, you do your own version and show your own, and then when people search Nathan Oakley, it'll come up with these housekeeping questions, and you know what I mean? Because it's time. Because I asked Jose to do it live on the show, he said he would, but there's too much traction. Nathan Oakley's rhetoric is getting out there, too much, too fast, and it's becoming the rhetoric that's used in the Discord and the debates, and the amount of people that also any sign of gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Okay.
Without the necessary antecedent, and now you got people saying necessary antecedent like every single day. So I think if we put that to bed, that will be a huge
That'll be a good
thorn
one
in
to
the
do.
side, right?
Yeah. All right. So I'll get onto his channel and listen and write down his housekeeping. You called it.
Yeah. I'm very sorry that you have to.
Questions.
I'm very sorry that you have to put yourself through those questions and that
No.
whole show.
I there's a bit of fun in it because he especially because he's such a rude bugger. I have.
Oh yeah.
I just posted the video I did on his 7 questions.
Oh, you did already, Blue.
I did more of a tongue-in-cheek sort of reply.
How long ago was that video?
I'll put it in the internal chat for Professor Phil so he can copy the link to his channel.
Sorry, Blue, I haven't even seen that video.
Professor Phil,
Texas Mike,
the other day,
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, Terry. The other day, I actually did. Remember how I was talking about putting the my watch, which has got the barometer and altimeter in front of the fan?
Yeah.
Well, I've actually posted the video now.
Oh, okay.
It goes for a whole 25 seconds, so it's long watching. But
you need to pack lunch, Peter. Bloody
yeah. But I just
pineapple lumps.
I just did another one just then before the one that I was talking about showing, which is that whole seeing a full moon during daylight on the Earth. And I just don't understand why these people can't understand these simple concepts. It's not like they're hard to understand at all, and I firmly believe a lot of them are doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I there's no way I believe that Oakley, from or Riley actually believe that the Earth is flat. I don't buy that.
No way.
Yeah, their Freudian slips are
they
too
know
frequent.
they know the problems too well. To actually buy it, I don't believe they buy it.
And it's
what you mean like that little clip of Riley saying that you need gravity for buoyancy for a siphon.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's like he goes out of his way to cherry pick things that are somewhat difficult to either A, explain or B, to show, like the showing of gravity.
Yeah, because he knows he absolutely knows what the issue is and knows the problem.
Yep.
So therefore, he knows how to cherry pick.
Yeah. Yeah, and you listen to all of them though. They are very consistently careful with the issues that they've got with the ball Earth. They use the same rhetoric to use as their playing cards because they know they're somewhat difficult to either show or explain.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. Whereas somebody like Ranty, I think he may actually believe that the Earth is flat.
But Ranty's their best globe evidence.
He makes too many dumb mistakes. To not understand it, or he's really having a go at them, and they haven't got a clue.
And I think you're quite right. I think Ranty's either he actually knows that it's a ball Earth, and he's just playing them all because there's just been too many of his because there's too many of his videos that show the ball Earth as it would be what you would see if it was a ball Earth.
Yeah.
But there are the other individuals out there that are basically there because they think it's the in crowd, and they believe the rhetoric that they've been sprouted on the different channels.
Yeah, which is strange.
Actually, speaking of which, I was speaking to Chemo today, and I turned around to him and I go, "Do you guys realise that your conspiracy's got about 4 years left?" And he goes, "What? Because we're going back to the moon?" I said, "No, because of statistics." So most conspiracies, their leg length is anywhere from 8 to 10 years. And these guys keep going, "Oh, we've been doing it since 2014. And it's like, "Oh, guys.
Yeah.
You'll be dead in 4.
So was that Chemo in that picture or not?
No.
No.
It's not. Okay.
No, it's just it's taking the piss.
Because one of the comments from Curve was like, if you want to wear your pants up around your nipples, that's fine. So I was just wondering if someone caught Chemo mid stride. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Chemo lives in a town with a dirt road like that.
Yeah, it was funny there.
There is some video of Chemo on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen Chemo.
I've seen so many memes and gifs of him. It's not funny,
He used to teach. He used to do YouTube videos, and I think he used to teach English as a foreign language for Russians.
Those poor Russians.
Well, I'm heading
Yeah,
over
he swears no, it's not him though.
I'm heading to Blue Marble Science's video, so if you can tell me which one it is, I'll...
Are you talking about the 7?
Yeah, those housekeeping things.
It's 8 months ago.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. Thanks.
It's 8 months ago, so I think there's time for a refresh.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I
don't think the questions have changed, though, have they?
No, the questions haven't changed, and that video only runs about 7.5 minutes. I was just having fun poking at them.
Yeah, I think because that's what the the flat earthers they watch like good minions. They do those questions, and there's nobody to refute those answers, and they mute someone who starts to answer them or anything like that, and so it looks like those questions are the ones that are unanswered, and then they use those as the rhetoric out there. Even Chemo has fallen to this, using multiple Nathan Oakley, wording in his attacks and things, and it's time.
What's one of the questions?
Well, I was going to play a bit of his last.
Oh, I don't want to hear his voice.
Yeah, just play it, Terry. Play it, Terry.
Well, it gives people an example. Not everyone's heard it.
Yeah, absolutely, Terry. You do it. It's your show, man. You do it. You need to. But yeah,
this is to give us reference to what he does for his opening segment of his show and what he spouts every show.
Cover your ears.
This was done 14 hours ago, so it should be good enough. I didn't see another one that was a bit more recent. But he does them every day, even a couple of times a day, I think.
Yeah, Clock App, flatearthchannel.com, Tina Baker, and Tom Hawkins. So a massive shout out of appreciation to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now, we are joined by a few people in both Discord and G+, so I'll raise the mic on them, and you can enjoy the dulcet tones of whoever the hell is in there while I set up for the first live show.
It's a nice way to speak about your
I got to
audience.
spend some time in Buffalo, New York, and I moved up there right around when winter started. So, and I got my first taste of lake effect snow. Pretty crazy seeing how much snow can be dumped in a short amount of time.
Yeah. And the thing about the lakes is it makes it humid, so it makes the summers extra sweaty.
Yeah.
So could you get a strike for using
Hang on just a
somebody's
second.
face in your thumbnail?
No.
No. As
Okay.
long as you add to it, that's called quantitative fair use.
Okay.
So if you add words around it and you don't, use any derogatory, just put his face there and something.
Yeah.
You got him. So.
Okay.
No problem at all.
If they've released it in a public forum before, it's
Yeah.
fine to use.
Ah, okay. Yep. Yeah, which he has because he's always talking. So I'm going to just use one. I'll just take a snapshot of of him sitting there, with his intro.
Oh, being smug.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Globe Proof.
Yeah.
Windmills.
801, how come you're not in Discord? I mean, not Discord, Google Hangouts.
Try and,
Questions.
obviously I want it to be slightly commercially viable. So even though they didn't make a great deal of money, maybe $1 a video, so that at least it seemed justifiable in terms of the time spent on it. You heard that, did you? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard that's getting around that line, like Nathan, he bashes his kids kind of thing.
Yeah, right.
He does.
Yeah, I've never seen the incident they're talking about, but it's obvious.
Obviously, you can now get the context of the subject matter. Then give me 10 more Eric DeBay shills. That was
exactly.
his
Yes, exactly.
Any respect. So all I
Yeah.
can do is make a response video as a flat earther to something I'm critiquing. So that won't be a very effective means other than pissing him off and getting him as my enemy.
The show I seen was the one with Soundly,
He's not
and I
doing
just
his usual.
there's something happening here. I can't put me. It's actually quite simple, isn't it?
Relatively, but unfortunately we're dealing with people that have had their...
Telling it to the people closest to you, you would think that the people closest to you, when you're showing them you're not joking, you're not trying to troll them, you're trying to tell them there's something going on, have a look at this. But they just, they think you're nuts and they go against anything that you claim to understand or anything that you've been doing.
Flat Earth debate. Now we are joined by 10th Man, Ranty Flat Earth, Righteous Force, Paul Hall, and I think that's pretty much it in G+. How are you all doing?
Good morning.
Very good. Good morning. Good morning.
We're also joined by a whole bunch of people in Discord. Welcome one and all.
Morning.
Good morning. Any signs of Earth curvature?
Not from Beverly Hills.
That's the first one.
Okay, hang on, let me write that down.
Any
Whenever you say
signs
Beverly
of
Hills, I
Earth
always
curvature?
picture a Lotus Esprit.
I've got one.
Okay, it's done.
Why?
Pretty Woman.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen Pretty Woman?
Okay.
Drives
I
it.
picture the palm trees down the road. Is that Beverly Hills? I don't even know.
Rodeo Drive. Nice shops in it. Yeah, I picture a Lotus
Makes me
Esprit
think of
turbo going
facelift.
down. Going,
When I was there, I saw a bunch of Bentleys and Rolls.
yeah, lovely cars. So no Earth curve then from Beverly
Not
Hills.
from there. Not from there.
Axial rotation of the Earth-based variety for Auntie's benefit.
On the
Okay,
Lotus
so that's
Esprit.
number 2.
So there you go. That's
That's
number two.
number 2.
Yeah.
Axial rotation. Oh shit! Tomorrow I get 18 hours of daylight.
Yeah.
It's axial rotation
And
of
we
the
get
Earth
bugger all.
of the
We
Earth-based
get it too.
variety.
Yeah.
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 Of the Earth-based variety. You want to get the exact wording so that
Okay,
people.
sorry. Axial rotation of?
The Earth-based variety.
Okay.
Just get the word for it again.
Yeah.
Drives
I
it.
pictured palm trees down the road.
Okay.
Is that Beverly Hills? I don't even know.
Rodeo Drive. Nice shops in it. Yeah, I picture a
Sorry,
Lotus
you went back
Esprit
too far.
turbo going down. Going,
When I was there, I saw a bunch of Bentleys and Rolls.
yeah,
Yeah,
lovely
nice
cars.
cars.
So no Earth curve then from Beverly
Not
Hills.
from there. Not from there.
About axial rotation of the Earth-based variety for Auntie's benefit.
So the Earth-based variety.
Yeah,
So
got that.
that's being specific, as in from the Earth base, or from Earth's perspective.
Yeah. So
It's a smug way of saying it.
yeah. So you can't use anything from space.
So it has to be Earth-based. Okay.
Yep.
Right, that's one. That's two.
On the Lotus Esprit only.
No, that's quite an angular car. I know we're talking axial rotation, aren't we? Damn. Yeah.
But that's,
Well, I
see,
can
he's
honestly
being
say
dishonest.
that.
I mean, that's obviously you've got to use something that's something you need something relative to the Earth to be able to show that the Earth is spinning. You can't. It's impossible to not use anything because even if you say Coriolis effect and look at the clouds, he could argue that that's not on the Earth.
I stuck a Foucault pendulum in mine.
A pendulum's the only thing, yes.
Yeah, I used Soundley's Pontchartrain bridge for curvature.
Yep.
I used a Foucault pendulum. Yeah.
Power lines too. They're good.
Yeah, pendulum will do it.
I don't think anybody in the world, wherever they are, has ever felt themselves spinning. So in that respect, I can
No,
say
I've never said this.
Yeah, and I'd like to mention
rotation.
that silly thing. Okay, so and then Ranty
Anybody in Discord?
And then Ranty talked about not felt spinning. So I'll have a go at saying that too.
That's a real big point. And they also say spinning instead of rotating, which is another thing they like to say, because they like to say, like, why doesn't the water spin off the ball?
Yeah.
Which is inaccurate.
Yeah.
Description even of its movement. So if you can hammer that with that one, that'll be a huge nail.
Well, I'm just going to this is what I'll tell him. I said, why don't you and a friend go off to a kiddie park and stand on the roundabout, and the smarter one of you two stand on top of the roundabout, the other one push him, but make sure you only push it once in 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Then tell me if you had to hold on really tight.
I'd have to get off to go to the toilet every couple of hours.
Sounds like you're my
Apparently, when you're born into something or on something that is already spinning and moving, you don't actually know that it's spinning and moving.
Exactly.
Apparently.
Begging the question.
Yeah. In other words, from birth, program them to understand implicitly that they are moving even though they don't feel anything.
Hang on, how the fuck is that begging the question?
He just likes saying it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
other people like saying
Begging the question is when you're expecting the answer that you've already perceived in your head. The thing is, all he did was say apparently. My God, Nathan, you're an idiot.
Yeah, well, we're only just trying to whiz through them.
Just get a boat. Just get a boat and go on the ocean. You'll feel movement.
Do you remember that sniper video that's been going around for a while? That's the guy shooting east to west. Remember that?
No, but go on.
Okay.
Yeah, that one video.
It's not Coriolis effect.
Okay.
That's not Coriolis effect then.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the Eötvös effect.
I have a question to ask about what you just said about the idea that we're born into this. We're already spinning, so we don't actually feel it. What happens if somebody's born at the North Pole and then they travel to the equator?
They should notice something.
Holy
Don't
shit.
get technical, Randy. No, don't get too technical.
Well, there's literally, well, very, 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 very little to no spin at all, if you believe the globe model, at the North Pole. So you wouldn't be feeling that, but you would certainly feel it when you go to the equator.
It's still 15 degrees per hour.
I'm pretty sure somebody actually asked that when the guy was talking about it.
You're gonna pre-assume
oh,
North
I'm a bit
Pole.
tired, you know. It's late here.
I've got a question for
You're
you,
going to
Randy.
pre-assume a North Pole and an equator, begging the question to start this conversation then.
Thank you there. Thank you, 10th man.
Realms.
Thank you. My question will span off of 10th man's declaration. Absolutely correct that it is. So, Randy, you said if you believe the globe model and you were born at the North Pole, you would feel more rotation moving south because you believe a model? Is that what you're saying?
No, because you would be spinning faster if it was in their model.
No, we don't live on a model.
It
No,
still
in
takes
their
the same
model.
amount of time.
I know
Their
we don't
model's
live
just
on
a model.
Nathan, but
But
in
they're-
their model.
in
to
their
get
model.
Into their model. Yeah.
But that's
All right, to get into their reality. Their reality is that we're spinning.
No.
Well,
That's no. That's all right. No.
I don't know if he asks us any more questions for housekeeping or not after this.
In their model, you said it right the first time.
Just pause it for a sec, Terry.
There is, definitely.
Do you notice that Nathan Oakley will turn around, but we don't live on a model. No, we don't live on a model. We don't. It's a model.
He cuts it off short. That's it.
Yeah. So he doesn't even. He goes out of his way to cut people off that even suggests anything that may blow out the whole premise of the flat Earth. He won't let them even talk about it.
Exactly right.
There's a very good there's a video that's out there, and I'm blowed if I could find it really quickly, of Nathan Oakley someone was actually in the live stream with them so that they could see the internal chat, and they screenshotted all of the period of time that they were in the internal chat, and they were talking about the lighthouse, or one of the lighthouses that they showed.
Unirock.
He told Anthony Riley, or not, Nathan Oakley told Anthony Riley not to talk about this lighthouse because it kills the flat Earth because of the distance of the light refraction and
Actually, Peter, it goes further than that, and it says the words perfect globe proof
yes,
in his thing.
In the end, that's what he ends up saying to Riley is.
Well, that's just dishonest.
If you believed in the flat Earth, your vocabulary wouldn't have the words perfect globe proof, because in your model, in your mind, there is no globe proof. We've been tricked.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
he's just a bullshit artist. He's just stealing money from silly people.
I've got that photo.
Yeah, well, I've got a copy of it too, just in case it ever disappeared. We can add that to the video.
Terry, I've got in the video I did, I've got Nathan asking each one of those questions concisely.
Okay, that'd be better than what we got.
Yes, yes, better than the bullshit.
Yeah, just pull mine up and play it real quick. You can skip the front part of it. Just get down to the.
This is what it's become, though. It's the smug, suave idea of him just, glossing over these things, and I think that's the problem. He's getting too comfortable, and this is where we jolt him out of his seat.
There it is.
Where's this video, Blue?
I put it in the.
It's the one just above the link that you just put in, Terry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not the light it produces is
Or
10
to rotate
miles
and
from you at the height of 220 feet. Perfect globe proof. Thank you.
Oh, I was watching this once before. It hasn't quite finished. How long ago was this? 8? Shit. I was watching this back when you first did it, Blue, because I hadn't finished watching it.
Yeah. Well, it's only 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I got up to 6 minutes and 14. Okay. Oh, it's not that long. We could watch it. Might as well watch it. We're still waiting for Alan to get back, feeding his face.
I'm back. I've been back ages.
Oh, hey, whoa. What's going on out there?
Pip.
Slurpee's just sanding her microphone again.
Yeah, it sounded like it. Am I right now? Pip?
Pip.
Looks like I'm going to have to fix her.
Yep.
Where is she?
I think she's in the craft shed.
Yeah, I fixed her.
Okay. Just that before each show, Nathan polls all of his experts and asks them a series of fairly simple questions, but none of them are able to come up with an answer to a single one. So we're going to try to help them out with that and maybe give them a few questions of our own. So Gladys, you ready? Big Blue, how about you? Attaboy. Let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
Love the music.
Right, let's do a bit of housekeeping then. Any signs of Earth curvature?
Blah, blah,
Well,
blah, blah, blah.
there's this. And things like this continue to happen.
Oh, the boat's sinking.
Notice anything missing on the left? That's Tampa Bay, and the building with the red roof is between the camera and the city. That's why you see it in this view, but you don't see it in this view. How about this from 100,000 feet? See the pretty curve? But I think I like this one the best.
What about axial rotation? Any signs of that?
Well, there's a whole bunch of these things. And there are even more of these things. And then this happens. Or you could just ask Bob Nodell about one of these things. I think he has some experience with it.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Maybe you can tell me what's going on here.
Oh, magic.
See the star in the middle of the screen? Well, it should be over there where the red circle is. Only gravity bent the light. Or maybe you could just watch Jupiter's moons, but I think my favorite really is this.
This is called gravity.
What about the distance to the sun?
Well, yeah, there is. You know, since we can measure the distance to Venus with radar, the rest of it becomes just simple math. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Let me see if I can redo this in crayon for you.
What about any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth?
How about taking a wild guess at what makes one of these things work? And where would you think this stuff might be coming from?
What about evidence that we can have a gas pressure without a container for all the heliocentric idiots that believe there is a vacuum next to the gas pressure we all breathe?
Heliocentric idiots. You've got such a way with words, Nathan. So you want to see gas pressure without a container? There you go. And it's so simple, even a flat earther could do it. Well, some flat earthers could do it. Oh, come on. There's got to be at least one of you guys that could do this.
Last but not least, any evidence of the R value? Earth radius.
Actually, we did that too several weeks ago at the equinox. We did it at two different locations using three different arrangements, the most accurate of which was a 73-inch high pole, which would have somewhat simulated what Eratosthenes did. The results gave us an error of about 0.1%. Now, there are more accurate methods of doing this, but this worked out pretty well. And the geometry is a very simple thing to do. And in fact, you don't even have to use trigonometry to do this. It can be done another way, and that was shown in this video, which I'll leave a link to, by the way, in the comments. But it produced another interesting thing. When we evaluate the apparent elevation of the sun using the two measured sun angles, it shows the sun would have to have been at two different elevations. That's totally impossible. But on a globe, it works perfectly. Now, I hope that answered your question. Has anybody else got anything? No, Gertrude, you're not related to Nathan. Big Blue just made that up. Now that we've answered your questions, Nathan, maybe you can answer a few of ours. How about explaining how density causes acceleration? How does density impart a force that would cause objects to fall down? Second question. Can you explain to us what holds your sun and moon in the sky when everything else falls to Earth? I assume it's not that piece of coat hanger you use in your model. So what holds them up there? Third question. Can you explain the atmospheric pressure gradient without gravity? Because without some force holding the atmosphere to the Earth, the atmosphere would have to violate the second law of thermodynamics. Fourth question. Can you explain why the angular size of the sun doesn't change throughout the day? It should be more than a factor of 2 larger at noon than it is at either sunrise or sunset. I mean, it should be very, very obvious, yet it's the same size. Explain that on a flat Earth, please. Here's an easy one. Tell us what causes tropical storms to rotate in opposite directions above and below the equator. What makes them do that? They always do that. There are no exceptions. Tell us why that happens. Now, you'll have to think about this one a little bit. Using the Rayleigh criterion, show us how the bottom of a distant object can disappear while the top of that same object is still clearly visible. Again, how can that possibly work? You need to show it to us. Show us some math that proves it. And finally, this one's just for fun. Where are those boats that patrol the Antarctic? Where do they keep them? Who mans them? Where do the crews live? All that sort of stuff. Now, these shouldn't be that hard for you. Unless what you've been telling us smells a little bit like that. So, hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one.
Excellent stuff.
That was awesome.
We need to take that, though, and yeah, I mean, you could take each one of his damn questions and do a whole, 30 minutes on it.
I was just
easily.
wondering whether we should, whether this is worth doing all in one video, or just or really expanding this out and maybe 2 or 3.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Well, you could do one individual. Well, yeah, a couple of questions.
Couple of questions. There's 6, so 5 questions. So yeah, maybe 2 or 3 videos.
Actually, that's quite good, Professor. You know why? Because if you put the name Nathan Oakley's questions, because you can put his name there without problem, because they're his questions, right? So you have to address them as who they came from in your video, and that will actually give the time for the show to react to them, and they'll realize that there's more coming, and you'll see there'll be traction of people there. You don't bother watching these, and you'll keep putting them out, and it'll be like each time you just put in. You can even do it one at a time, just full videos, each one explaining multiple, just multiple reasons why, and then use these questions that because they've never come back, have they, Blue, with any of these 7 questions for you? They've never.
No, they didn't touch it. They wouldn't dare.
So you could.
I like
bring
doing
them in.
I do like the idea of doing them separately, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
You'll find out that an ideal length for video is something less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
When it gets any longer than that, you'll see the watch times fall off. People,
okay. Good. So I'll keep it under 10 minutes and 1 question per video.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, people like quickies.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. And multiple things, different, and and just basically, when you're talking to him, Professor, have his face up on the screen, like, you know what I mean? Like, so Nathan, back to you.
Show me your R value.
Oh,
You sure that won't get a strike?
no, it won't.
No,
It won't.
no,
No way.
no, you can't get a strike for an image.
Oh, okay.
You're not doxing.
Unless it's copyrighted material.
Yeah.
You're not doxing him.
Speaking of strikes, I've been pretty good this month.
Yeah, no, we've done pretty good this year.
Yeah.
Can we put out the Christmas message, Terry?
A Christmas message?
Christmas message?
The one I posted in Vids for Homework from End the Conspiracy.
Yeah, go on, Terry, put that one up.
Yeah, I think it's well and truly time for these questions to be thoroughly put to bed again. That video though, Blue, was like that's why they haven't touched it. They've just gone, oh shit, that video exists. Let's attack Blue's character and see if we can just get people not to watch his videos. But I think unfortunately it's driven people to you. You know what I mean? So
I love it. I love it when they start calling me names. That's good.
I was looking around and I came across this guy called Professor Dave. That was pretty good. What he did.
Yeah, he's
Professor Dave
he's
is
good too. Yeah.
It was very
destroyed
clear and concise.
Yeah.
He actually did 3 videos on Flat Earth back to back virtually, like within all within a month.
Yeah.
It was 3 weeks.
Yeah, all within a month he did 3 videos, because the first one they all started they all atted him straight away and started trying to discredit what he did.
Yeah.
And then the next one he came back and his whole attitude changed, and it went from explaining it all to, and if you don't understand, that's not my problem.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So
that's good. They put it on them. Yeah.
Yeah, so he put it all back onto them basically, and it was really well done the way he did all 3.
And then he took the piss out of Globebusters.
Yeah.
Oh, he destroyed Globebusters totally, and put the timing of his arguments, like clicking them in. That's a good example there. Professor Dave's uses a piece of the footage and then talks over it and cuts it in and out, and that's just proven he didn't get a strike. So
yeah. Oh, okay. That's how you stop getting a strike.
You just can't let their video play. Copy it, basically mirror it to your channel. But if you add to it, that's quantitative. So
right. Okay. Yeah. So you can stop it and talk. Stop it and talk.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It comes under fair use.
That's right.
As long as you don't copyright strike us, Phil, for playing your videos.
No, you can do it. No. Mate, just use it up and down, turn it inside out. Who cares? You go for yours.
Yeah.
No, we're always intrigued. We don't usually stop yours.
Yeah. Don't worry. You don't need to. Just go right.
It's like all my photography and stuff. Although I put copyright notices all over it, if people want to use it, as long as they just ask, or if I know them and we've talked about stuff, then of course they're welcome to use it. It's there for when somebody tries to steal an image and put it on a product and sell a product with it.
Exactly.
Oh, speaking of that, Blue, I never asked you officially that we could mirror your stuff.
Well, I can give you an official answer.
Okay.
Actually, I've got a question to ask you guys. My wife, when I came home from India, my wife said to me, "Why don't you create another channel that's more straight out science, and in the same way that you explain it, because she said, she likes the way I explain the concepts, and she said, why don't you do that in a more serious show, not nothing to do with, not especially with flat Earth, and I thought there's plenty of around, but she reckons that the ones that are around are too complicated and too so people don't watch them. People who aren't scientists won't be watching them. So what do you think? Do you think it's worth doing a second channel as well, and
Well, you
in
could either
science?
have a second channel, or you could put your current work into a playlist.
Oh, okay.
And then have a whole new, so whatever you upload next, you can
Yeah.
have like Flat Earth Debunked, and then people click there,
Yeah.
but then you can have
Okay.
your more serious channel, called, playlist. And then when people come, they can see your playlist, and you can separate it and keep the same channel. Yeah, that's another option.
Yeah, because I would like to help some of the first year students, who are struggling with physics.
Yeah.
What about people like me that are below that even?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, well, anybody who wants to learn a bit about physics.
I'm still in primary school, I think.
One of the other educators in the community, Conspiracy Cats, does exactly what you're talking about, Professor Phil. He's got one channel that's basically, he's got two channels that are dedicated to flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
But he's got a third channel that's set up for, because he teaches I think it's middle and higher UK school.
Yeah, GSCE.
Yeah, so he actually
that's about year 11.
Yeah, about year 11. So, but he just puts information to help them with their studies, relevant to the UK standard testing and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, which is pretty similar to us, the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, we use the Cambridge book and stuff like that, so it's pretty good. It's pretty like ours. But okay, so he does that. That's good.
Yeah. So a lot of channels actually do that, Professor Phil. They'll have one channel for their, shall we call it, their fun, and one for more serious stuff.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Well,
my experience has been just the pure science videos that I've done, and I haven't done very many of those, one or two.
Yeah.
But if it's just purely science, you don't get very many. I mean, those are the lowest views I've had.
Yes.
The people that want to watch them love them.
Yeah.
And nobody else watches them.
Yeah. No. But for me, if I could reach the kids, that would be, the year 11, year 12, probably first year university. That's where I'd want to aim.
Professor Phil, I have one suggestion. You were saying about some of the students that are struggling.
Yeah.
Maybe ask them to stand in front of a whiteboard while you video them explaining it.
Yeah.
Because having somebody who struggles explain it to other people is also a really good way of learning it.
Oh, well, it's
I know that when I was doing my degree, there was a group of 4 or 5 of us. We studied together, and as it came up to exams, we would actually take old exam papers into a lecture room and have to take turns doing the answer on the board to the group.
Wow. Okay, it's good.
And that was a really, really good way of learning.
No, it is. And well, there's one thing it for surely will tell you. It'll tell you what you don't know.
Quickly.
Yeah.
You will never know how much you don't know about a subject until you try to teach it to someone else.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
And also,
we found that really worked well. Sorry?
That goes for some professors as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, it's interesting when you start to go down understanding the history of physics.
Yeah.
When it comes to Galileo, Brahe, Kepler, Copernicus, all of those guys, and what they went through to get their ideas out into the world, the amount of pressure that they went through. But that was the start of the science revolution.
Yes, very much so.
And they started the physics route.
Yeah.
Galileo was basically the start of physics.
Yeah.
And until you see what he did, and then how that led through certain people to Newton, and then the people that went between Newton and Einstein,
you
don't fully appreciate the journey that physics took to get to Einsteinian physics.
It's not. It's even more brilliant than that. First of all, there was no calculus before Newton. That's one. So he actually had to write the calculus in order to finish his his work. So I mean that alone. I mean, where would we be without calculus? So
at the shops,
something that's just. I want to.
I would actually have a much higher grade point average.
Who talks about Newton in any bad way?
Oh, I can't stand it when they pick on Newton. It's like
it is so wrong. It's offensive. You know, from what I know about what Newton's done, and from what I know about the calculus and stuff like that, it is so downright offensive. You know, when they say stuff like that.
I wonder if anyone knows what age Newton was when he came up with calculus.
Yeah, just
his early 20s.
20s.
Yeah.
Oh, look,
he was in his 20. He was 25 when he came up with his laws of motion.
Yeah.
He was 27 when his law of gravitational attraction was published.
And he had no instruments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was all done manually. No calculators, no instruments, no calculus until he wrote it. Brilliance is an understatement. I mean, the more you know about physics and maths, the more you realize this guy was just pure, unadulterated genius.
Yep.
Could you imagine somebody? It's hard to imagine that there could be anybody alive now who would have that same level.
There isn't. I told you I've got a photo of the 50 scientists at the Solway convention sitting on a bench, a photograph of that. That is 50 of the most brilliant minds that have ever walked this planet. And none have come that close to that since. It's just amazing. We just had a two or three generations of absolute brilliance and then nothing. You know, after Einstein, practically.
After Hawking.
Yeah, but still
Feynman. Yeah,
Hawking was he relied on all of these people. He stood on the shoulders of all of these people. You know, these people didn't have anybody's shoulders to stand on.
That's right. It's quite a different thing, and learning it as opposed to having to invent it yourself.
Precisely. Yeah.
Hell, learning it's hard enough.
But I think the subject has got so large and to a point. I don't think it's possible for somebody to have such a wide grasp of physics as Newton was able to have, because there is so much more of it now.
Exactly. It's impossible. Like, you know, you can have an appreciation for different things, but you can't know it in depth because you just don't have time.
Yeah, my appreciation is more for Kepler than Newton.
Yeah. Well, that's me too, because my area is orbital mechanics. So obviously Kepler and Newton are the two major, and Einstein are those three major things in my sphere of work.
Yeah, but to think about it, that a guy in the 1500s, 1600s worked out that planets had an ellipse orbit.
Yes. That came from such a meticulous, careful observation that none of these idiots could even fathom.
Yeah, and he had to wait for Brahe to die before he could get the information.
Yeah, that was the guy that didn't own a telescope because they didn't have any.
And you know, the thing about it is that really, really smart work. Like, for instance, tracking shadows.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is how it was done. Just meticulous observation and of planets and how the sun moved, and then finally worked it out. And then once he had the formula for it, that was it. Everything that we looked at worked. It has to be an ellipse.
Yeah, it's like how Copernicus worked out the fact that we are in the heliocentric.
Yeah.
You watch the shadows of the bloody moon.
Yes.
And that's how he figured it out. Because the moment he started seeing the moon in daylight, he realized that, oh, shit. That's basically what he would have thought, but in whatever language he spoke. He would have got, well, hang on. If it was going around us, then how can I see both of them at the same time?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah.
But people don't grasp that. And this is the thing Blue Marble's been going over that guy with.
Yeah.
Like that, what that guy has witnessed is what Copernicus used to figure out heliocentrism.
Yes, exactly.
Which guy?
And he didn't even have AutoCAD. Professor asked where we would be without calculus, and I can tell you where I would have been. My grade point average would have been a lot better.
well, I tell you,
first couple of quarters were rough. I gotta admit.
There's no way to do physics. I mean, not the stuff that I talk about on my videos, but I mean real physics. There's no way to do that without the calculus.
That's right.
And there's no way to do calculus without algebra.
No, and you can't do the calculus without algebra. Exactly. So it's just stunningly stupid. You know,
the reason I decided I'd rather be an engineer than a physicist was because once you get out of engineering school, all you need is a pocket calculator or a slide rule.
Yeah.
Don't have to deal with calculus anymore. Thank you very much.
Now, that's the thing about so I teach the engineers and they go off and basically they don't have to actually go back to first principles ever.
No.
It's
rare. It is rare that you ever do that.
Yeah, but
maybe 4 or 5 times in my entire career did I end up having to do something like that.
Yeah. So in physics we do, because we have to look at things from scratch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Engineering ends up being a lot of just monkey see, monkey do stuff.
Yes, it is a bit. Well, when I first did my science degree, I majored in chemistry, and the reason I did that was because I loved playing around with all the test tubes and stuff like that. And, it was this wet chemistry, as it was called then. And then by the time I finished, machines started happening. By the time I was 4 or 5 years into it, there was no more of that. It was a trained monkey could press the buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so I just could completely delusion and decide, well, I've had enough of an analytical chemistry anymore. I couldn't have wasted all of my time just to press buttons. It's kind of like when if I have a brilliant student and he tells me he wants to be a doctor, and I think, wow, you are going to waste that brilliant mind of yours just sitting in a corner handing out pills. I don't think so. Over my dead body. So no, I want to see more physicists, more engineers. That's what we need.
Yeah, wet chemistry in the old days was interesting.
It was interesting. It was fun,
Yeah. I wonder how often these kids these days ever have to do a titration or something like that.
Oh, I make them do it. Don't worry, because I still teach chemistry, so I make them do it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I mean,
when I was sorry.
No, go on.
When I was doing my A levels, which is the bit you do between year 11 and 18, and it's the exams you do for getting into university.
Yeah.
I did chemistry, and although we still did a lot of practicals, one of the guys that was teaching us was actually the head of the department, the science department at the college. And one of his favourite sayings was, "We used to do an experiment at this point in time, but we're not allowed to do so anymore."
Yeah, good.
But there again, it was one best done at arm's length.
Yeah,
preferably somebody else's arm.
Yeah.
Well, I have to confess that that I still sneak in the odd experiment, and I've even blown a few things up in the classroom. So, what the hell? That's chemistry. Actually, somebody actually took a video of one of these things blowing up. I have to put it on YouTube for fun. So it was. So I put some potassium in water, and then I covered it. And of course, that builds up hydrogen, and the spontaneous ignition lit the hydrogen and blew the whole thing apart. So,
oh yeah,
amazing.
Yes, it can be interesting, especially as a student, if you can manage to, for example, I don't know, remove some metallic alkali metal from the chemistry lab.
Yes,
we got hold of about I don't know 5 or 6 grams of sodium metal, and tried to build a depth charge.
Oh,
but it didn't work. It didn't work out, so we chucked it in we wrapped it. It was wrapped in kitchen paper.
Yeah.
So we just chucked it in a puddle at the side of the road.
And watched it.
Just as somebody decided to come and park his car over it.
Oh,
it was quite impressive. It was quite impressive, and we ran quite fast.
That would be fun.
Yeah, we liberated a pretty good chunk of sodium. And there was a lake, about 4 or 5 acre lake. It's really right in the middle of town, very visible. A lot of people go out there and fish and just that sort of stuff. And
But
we
the thing
launched
about
a
it is it
chunk of
bounced
sodium
around
with it.
everywhere, so you can't. So you never know where it's going to end up.
We launched that chunk of sodium with a slingshot, industrial
ah.
strength slingshot, way out in the middle of the lake. Man,
Yeah.
that was one hell of a fireworks show.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot more worse than sodium. There's francium and cesium.
You want to talk about cesium? That triggers flurfers.
Cesium is that you can just actually spontaneously light as soon as you take it out of the oil. That's how bad it is. And francium,
cesium 135.
Or cesium 90. Yeah.
Unfortunately, at the level of the college, at the level of a British technical college, which is pre-first year university, I don't think they'd let us have cesium.
No, definitely not. Well, first of all, most of the cesium you come across radioactive, and then no, they wouldn't. Sodium and potassium is about as far as you'd go.
Yeah,
it's seriously dangerous. It's like it's also like fluorine gas. Again, I doubt they let you have that, and the reason is because that mixes with water, creates hydrofluoric acid. One drop of that on your arm, and the best solution for you is to cut your arm off.
Yes, because otherwise it'll just melt.
Yes, that's how bad it is. I had one bloke had a few drops on his leg. He was at home when he did this, and then jumped in the swimming pool trying to dilute it. As a scientist, so he kind of knew what he was doing. With jumping in the pool, didn't help. By the time he died about 2 weeks later, even after amputating the leg.
Yeah, because it gets into the bloodstream and kills you.
Yeah, it is, and it's in the bone. It's everywhere. So it's insidious stuff. So I just tell anybody, if your job says you have to use HF, just get another job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to watch one more vid for the night. So this one only goes for 6 minutes. A Casual Spaceman brought it out. a couple of days ago, and how exactly is NASA going to return to the moon?
Oh, okay.
So we'll see what this is all about, and then
that's
we'll
Orion.
finish off a little bit after that.
Yeah.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go from mission control, the crew reignite the exploration upper stage engines to leave Earth entirely. The exact timing of this maneuver is critical to reach a speed that can escape Earth's gravitational pull, but also put Orion on a course that will intersect the moon days later. Once this burn is complete, the upper stage of the SLS is jettisoned and the crew aboard Orion coast for several days toward all that awaits them at the moon. Approaching the moon, we see the fundamental differences between Artemis and Apollo. Instead of requiring Orion to serve as an expendable lunar command module or to carry a constrained lunar lander, the Artemis missions will take advantage of a different approach, pre-staging. Everything needed for lunar missions will be positioned in advance by commercial and international partners. This includes rovers, science experiments, and human-rated systems on the surface. But it also includes a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the moon called Gateway. Here at this station, we can pre-stage a robust lunar lander and establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all that lies beyond. Returning to our crew as they approach Gateway, the Orion must match the elliptical orbit of the station in order to successfully dock. Once on board, pre-selected crew members transfer to the lunar lander, while those assigned to Gateway remain on station. The lunar lander system itself is built for 3 unique steps: descending from the halo orbit of Gateway down to a low lunar orbit, descending from low lunar orbit to the surface, and once the lunar mission is complete, launching from the surface of the moon and ascending all the way back to the orbiting Gateway.
Fantastic.
Once back aboard the Orion spacecraft and undocked from Gateway, the crew fire their engine once to break out of the halo orbit and once again to sling the spacecraft around the moon, placing it on a multi-day trajectory back towards Earth. As they near the end of this journey, the service module is released, and the crew module is oriented heat shield first. Entering Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, the friction of air slows Orion considerably, while also subjecting it to temperatures of 5,000 degrees. With the Orion now at just 300 miles per hour, a series of parachutes uniquely tested and produced for this moment deploy, decelerating the craft to just 20 miles per hour for splashdown. With each successful mission, Artemis ushers in the next wave of men and women to explore our moon and prove that together we are ready to go beyond.
What are the flatties going to say after this?
No, they'll say it's all CGI and fake, and NASA hiding the truth, and they're all paid shills, and you want
I've got
more?
a feeling there won't be too many of them left by then anyway.
Oh,
I reckon
they'll always come up with something.
Yeah.
They can't agree to it because it doesn't support their narrative.
I reckon though what'll happen, in rather than being as widespread as it is, they'll fold into very tiny cult-like structures, and that'll be a bit. It won't even match anything like anti-vaxxers or anything like that. It'll be just very, very small cult-like factions. I don't think
a lot of flat earthers don't even agree with each other.
That's what I mean. So they'll be like different. They'll be like sort of like Christianity turning into about 10,000 different versions of it.
And I'm fairly sure that the majority of those that stay flat earthers will be the extreme creationist Christian types anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They'd need to be. Yeah. Because I mean,
there'll be a couple out there.
Space Hotel. Do you know about the Space Hotel that's being built at the moment?
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay. So basically, it's a satellite. It's a huge satellite that's about the size of a small hotel. It's being built right now.
Wow.
And basically, what's going to happen is it's going to be complete. So all the sections of it are being built, and then it'll be assembled in space, just the way the ISS was assembled. So once that's assembled, that's where people will be going for 10 or 11 days.
So that'll be for private people to do that, or?
Yeah. Private companies are actually building it. I think is it Blue Origin is building it? Is building the hotel, and private people will be going just for a 11-day trip to that hotel and seeing the most remarkable views they'll ever see in their life.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't suppose it'll be cheap, but
well, that's how they'll get
those
their money.
Of things never are.
Yeah, they'll have to get their money back somehow.
Yeah,
it'll be a lot cheaper than it is now. It's still $36,000 a kilo. So you can imagine what if you weigh 80 kilos at $36,000 a kilo, that's what it costs.
Guess I'd better lose some weight then.
You won't be taking your chair with you, Alan.
Terry will be in orbit, mate. I won't need my chair.
That's what I said.
I won't be able to fall over in the space.
That's the double meaning.
Unless they're going to go for something that's got that's circular and rotating to simulate 1G in the rotating section.
That's exactly what they're doing, Alan.
Damn.
That's exactly what it is.
In that case, I will need my chair. Because otherwise, I ain't falling over, am I?
Yeah, D-Marble made a video about it and said, "Oh, so they're gonna simulate gravity? Oh, so NASA's been hiding gravity creation technology from us?" It's like,
Oh dear Lord!
Oh, for God's sake! I mean, even the space station in 2001: Space Odyssey in 1960 was rotating to produce 1G.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was acting like we could just turn gravity on and off. It was like, man, it was Simon Dan did a video on it. Really funny.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I think I'm going to turn in.
Yeah, well, I'm finishing up now, Phil.
Yeah.
Don't forget Wednesday night, Phil. That's our other usual night.
No worries, we'll do.
Hey, Professor, before you go,
yeah,
I was gonna set up a debate with you and 2 other panel members against the 24/7 Discord, but
Okay.
after reviewing them and their actions,
Yeah.
they would just talk over you and it would just be a shit show. But
yeah,
we had some climate change deniers and rocket propulsion deniers and basically deniers of everything, and I thought it was going to be great, but they don't deserve someone of your caliber there. So if I do find a debate worthy of your
Yeah.
time, would you be interested?
Oh, it definitely would. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, just not someone like Oakley who's anybody's going to be rude. You know.
Yeah. Nah. I won't do that to you.
We'll be scraping the bottom of the barrel, I tell you.
JM Truth would be good.
Yeah, no.
JM Truth would be good.
Yeah, no, I've got a reputation to guard as well, so.
Absolutely, and that's why I thought about it. It looked good initially, but you know they've got just terrible mods, and I believe mods can make or break a channel, and it was just ridiculous. I was answering their questions, they didn't like the answers, and they timed me out during my question, and then said, "You stopped answering." It's like, I can't answer, So.
Oh, that's right. Wednesday night is Christmas. I forgot about that.
It is Christmas, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work
Yeah,
out.
it might be a bit busy.
Our Tuesday. I don't know about our Tuesday night either.
Thursday sounds good. That's Boxing Day.
Yeah, it'll either be Tuesday or Thursday then.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll see
Terry.
Just let me know, and I'll see the link anyway. So.
Yeah, you'll see the link.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terry, me and the power chair to orbit. $10.8 million. $10.8 million.
Well, shit,
we better start the GoFundMe.
We better start the GoFundMe now. Then anyone in the side chat? We need to
sorry,
raise.
did you? Actually, that's Professor Phil.
Now you can go to the ISS tomorrow.
What did you say it was per kilo to orbit?
$36,000.
Yeah, it is 10.8 million. Yeah, well, me and the power chair do 300 kilos.
Oh,
okay,
no.
okay, side chat. We're going to start a raise GoFundMe for Alan.
Hello,
maybe we can half that if I just take my manual chair.
We'll just take your head.
or just crawl on my hands and knees.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd want a spacecraft where it was microgravity. Then I wouldn't need my wheelchair because I couldn't fall over, could I?
No, you wouldn't be able to fall over. Yeah, exactly.
Well, if they have a wheelchair up there for you,
Well,
that
technically you wouldn't fall out. Oh, if you had
need a wheelchair. You wouldn't need a wheelchair.
Yeah, if it's microgravity, I wouldn't need a wheelchair. But if they've got artificial gravity, that's a different matter.
Yeah.
Gravity making machines.
Actually, they do have things called artificial gravity. Yeah. So that's definitely something that they will have to consider in the space hotel. In fact, they've talked about it.
Well, every time you go somewhere, if they've got the rotating one, just tell them to turn it off so you can go from A to B.
Well, actually, that you hit the nail on the head. That's how artificial gravity happens, by rotating it.
Yeah. Yeah. D-Marble thinks you can just turn it off and on like a switch.
Yeah. No. Right.
Anthony Riley thinks you can click a button. So all these people just
No, but you can get an app for that now.
Gravity app.
Okay then. Thanks.
See you later.
Yeah.
See you later,
Phil.
Professor.
And everyone else on the panel. Thanks for
Take care.
Thanks for
Have a good Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Have a good
everyone.
Christmas if we don't get to speak to you before.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Cheers.
everyone out in the side chat, the same to you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas out there in the side chat. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging in
and
there.
we'll see you in the next one. I might end up doing a random one before Christmas. I can't promise when it'll be.
Okay.
But definitely after. Okay then. Bye everyone.
All right.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye. Bye, chat.
Bye.